are live and actually on time for a change. Welcome back to Reasoned Answers.
Is as good as waging war against Allah and His Messenger.
Today we're going to be taking a look at Surah 96. According to most of Islamic tradition, there is some dissent, but according to most Islamic tradition, probably according to the belief of every Muslim that you will talk to, assuming they know anything about the revelation of the Quran, that Surah 96 was the first surah revealed. Shortly, we will be reading that. I have put up a poll asking people what they think will happen when we do that. Will there be mass conversions to Islam? Because we often hear from Muslims that when you hear the Quran recited, you know that it must be from God, and your only option is to convert. So that's one possibility. That might be something that will happen. Perhaps you will all get this sick, revolting feeling, as if you know that these words are coming from a demonic source and you'll want to vomit. Or perhaps you'll just be like, huh? They find this beautiful? They find this incredible? And you'll just all stare at us like, what the heck are you doing? Why are you wasting our time reading this bad poetry? So we'll get to that here very shortly. But Ramadan has begun, everyone, in case you were unaware. Of course, as a good Muslim, I've been fasting for the last 12 hours. I had a giant meal this morning, and I'm about to have another giant meal because the sun is going down. So I am going to tell everyone that it's just so hard being a Muslim, but it's so great because we get to fast during Ramadan and then eat twice as much food as we would eat during a normal day. So any thoughts on that, Mary?
I mean, trans fasting is fasting. We are to understand that if we identify as something, we are that thing, even if we are the opposite in a binary system.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Exactly, exactly. So with that in mind, we have a special video to celebrate the beginning of Ramadan. This was an event that took place, I don't know where exactly, but at some mosque, obviously, some gathering of Muslims. And I'll just let the video speak for itself, and then I might add a couple words after that. So as you can see, the peace and love of Islam is being felt all around the Islamic world. I'm not 100% sure what happened, what started this fight, but I did hear that someone was bragging about their ancestry, and a Muslim decided to take Muhammad's advice on what you would do when that happens. Now, Mary, why might that lead to a giant fight?
Well, it is perhaps not as acceptable as to some people to be told to bite their father's penises.
Mhm.
It just might not
And
be.
do not use a metaphor, unlike the translator, who for some reason translates it as member and then writes, and do not use a metaphor, even though the
Yeah.
Arabic word is penis. Strange that the translator doesn't think that the advice of Muhammad should be followed and does use a euphemism because he's embarrassed by the fact that Muhammad said to go bite your father's penis. But if you're bragging about your ancestry, I think that we'll all agree that you definitely deserve to be told off in such a fashion. Unfortunately, not all Muslims agree. So someone was told that, and he's like, "What's wrong with you?" and starts beating on the other guy. And he's like, "I'm following the Sunnah of Muhammad," and starts beating on him. And that's what you got. All right. Welcome to the people of the chat. I haven't had a chance to look at anything going on there yet. I see Snoopy said that it's Gluttony Month. Indeed. Celebration of gluttony around the Muslim world. Just pray for the poor Muslims because sadly, often what happens this time of year is that the rich Muslims are buying so much food that there is a food shortage and prices skyrocket, and poor Muslims cannot afford to buy food anymore.
Yeah,
You
they roll out laws to prevent the prices from skyrocketing because people are buying so much because they have basically Christmas dinner every night for a month, which is insane.
Indeed, indeed. You know, according to my understanding of fasting, it means like actually giving up usually food, but it could be something else for an extended period of time over multiple days at minimum. But according to the Islamic world, it means reversing your schedule, eating at night, and sleeping during the day if you're lucky enough to live in the Islamic world. If you live in the West, well, then you do have to still go to work during the day. But still, just reverse your normal eating schedule, eat at night instead of during the day.
I like that was a weak slap fest at best. Well, it does have a woman uselessly screaming in the background and doing absolutely no good for anyone whatsoever, as many fights seem to need to have all over the world. So,
Jack Gray says that he read Surah 96 from Usama Daktuk's Quran translation. Reaction, what? So we'll see if you guys have the same reaction, assuming you're not already familiar with the text, and we'll see. We'll see. There
yep,
might be mass
we will.
conversions. I am going to do something incredibly risky and stupid from a Christian perspective if Muslims are correct. I'm going to play the top rated, as indicated by YouTube search, Quran recitation of Surah 96 live on the air. So, I think that there might be a lot of people who are not Christians by the end of this stream. I don't know. It could happen. All right, I'll go ahead and bring up your presentation then.
All right, we are beginning with the Surah al-alaq, which means the clot. And this is the understanding of what al-alaq means from earliest times until incredibly recently, whenever people have decided to instead say that no, Allah meant to say leech because leech uses the same word as a blood clot because it's all, because it's full of blood that's outside your body. And so they call like the animal the leech, the same word that they call a blood clot. So they're like, no, it's a leech, which would make it a period in the development of an embryo, a parasite, which the embryo then ages out of. So, yes, wonderful logic here. But we will, and then here, this is not a picture of a real clot. This is a picture of a thing that you can buy from a medical supply company that looks like a clot. It's plastic. So I'm not grossing anybody out with something real. No, and it does kind of look like a placenta, honestly.
Well, if Wad was in the chat, he would be saying that you're showing inappropriate images of women's private parts.
Yeah, probably. Probably. So, uh, so let's start with what Muhammad said early on. Told people that he had learned in the cave. When he was in the cave, we talked last time that he had an experience there, and later on, he told people that something came to him in the cave, and that this was a text that came to him. So it says, my argument is that these words did not actually come from the cave initially. Like when Muhammad first came out of the cave going, I met a demon, he didn't say, and this demon said these exact words. Rather, this was a development later on, and here are my arguments for that. First point is that according to Islamic tradition, either the first part of this surah, or the first part of 74, or Al-Fatiha, or Surah 6, 151, uh, according to Ali, by the way, Ali ibn Abu Talib, so like the caliph, right? That one of these was the first surah, and the surah one. I think you guys are familiar with the cloaked one where he's like, "Oh, you wrapped up one," etc., etc., etc. And then they would say Al-Fatiha because it's the most important. They'd say, "Oh, that one was first if there was a question." And then 151 says, "Come, let me recite to you what your Lord has forbidden for you, that you should not set up anything with him, and be kind to your parents, and do not kill your unborn children for fear of poverty. We provide for you and them. Do not come near lewdness, what is plain of it or subtle, and do not kill the soul which God has forbidden except in justice. This is what he enjoined that you may comprehend." So that's what Ali said was the first thing ever revealed. But that question, the fact that there was a debate, means that Muhammad wasn't running out of this and for years saying that this is what this being said to me. If he had said that, there wouldn't be this debate. There's a debate because no one's sure, because it took a while for Muhammad to come up with what this presence said to him. Now, the Aisha variant of the Wahi, when Muhammad went into the cave, what happened, it seems specifically designed to settle the question and to settle it in favor of the Surah 96, but it is not reconcilable with the Ibn Ishaq version. They are contradictory. They each have things. One can be true and the other is not true. If one, they can't both be true. They cannot. There's no way to make them go together. So, and then here I have one of the ahadith about the variant traditions. The entire list is found in al-Qurtubi's tafsir. So if you go to al-Qurtubi and see his tafsir on this surah, you'll have the entire list of all the different things that different people said was the first thing. And the second point is that Muhammad was convinced that he encountered a demon. That is very, very clear from all sources, that when he left, he was convinced he encountered a demon. It seems a lot less likely that he would be convinced that he had encountered a demon if he had received 96 as we have it now. Why would he be so certain that he encountered a demon? Why does he have to be convinced that he had not in every version of the story if he had gotten something that is so incredibly clear? And then there's a third point, is that Surah 96 and the story surrounding it together, it contains a very muddled reference that directly quotes the text, but not the meaning in Isaiah 40. And so this means that it is almost certainly derivative of something that quotes it, takes from it, whatever, but does not have the full context. So either he had a fragment of Isaiah 40 without the bits around it, or he had a hymn or liturgical work that involved it because a specific word is used in a very specific way in the story that directly echoes a verse of Isaiah 40, but it makes absolutely no sense in the context of all of Isaiah 40. What you normally get if you get something that's embedded or retranslated or brought into something else is that the meaning's the same, but the specific words change. Like if I'm retelling you a story, especially in another language, like I'll tell the same story, but I'll use different words. In this case, the same word is used, but the story is totally different. So this also brings up 2 points. First of all, if this were from God, God would not get the meaning wrong. Now, if it were from Muhammad without outside influence, he also would not have remembered an exact word. So he would have remembered the story, but not the precise wording. So Occam's razor, which is basically the simplest explanation, is usually the correct one. It suggests that the text of 96 in its current poetic form is post-waraqah. And as according to Islamic tradition, waraqah had access at some level to texts that were derived from identifiable biblical passages. Supposedly, he was able to write whatever Allah willed of the Injil in Arabic, according to some of the sources, which is quite interesting because that would mean that he's receiving revelation of the Injil, which I don't think that Muslims realize that that's what their text is saying, because there was no Arabic Injil for him to be copying from, and it never says copying. He's just writing it. Another one says that he's writing in Hebrew and doesn't say copying either. Again, where is he getting this from if he's just writing it according to the will of Allah? And this shows kind of the early primordial trappings that still hang on to these early stories before Muhammad had introduced a clear theology that would make this impossible. Now, the earliest Waraqah influenced surahs, they contain the most nearly direct quotations from the Bible, textually, word for word, the words being the same, but they also show some of the most obvious misunderstandings of the context and the meaning. So something will be quoted, and then very clear instantly that Muhammad or Allah or the demon or whoever has no idea what it actually means. Now, that doesn't mean that everything from this is post Waraqah. The assertion of a supernatural being claiming credit for creating children out of blood clots is very likely very early, and even could be in the cave itself before Waraqah came in, as it seems likely that that was at the top of Muhammad's mind, because I believe that it's most likely that Khadijah was pregnant at this time and Muhammad was hoping for a boy but didn't know what this last child will be. I believe that this is a child who was born during Muhammad's time of wahi, after the revelation had come to him. So
So
Muhammad eventually
before you go
taught.
on,
Yeah.
quick question from Zayed Ali. Why do Christian people are interested in Islamic religion history? Thanks. Well, we're interested because Islam is an important religion. It has control over billions of souls. So it's very important to study these things. That doesn't mean that we think it's good or anything remotely like that. Indeed, we study it because we realize how demonic it is. And by studying it, we can better oppose it. So it's very strange of you to be saying, I should be proud of the fact that you are interested in Islam. People study World War II. People study the Holocaust. Does that mean that the Holocaust is good according to the people who study it? Of course not. So why in the world are you using that logic? Oh, right. Because you're a Muslim and you can't bring any actual argument related to any topic we ever cover. So you just say random stupid things in the chat. No doubt soon you'll be saying, I need to leave. Bye. And then spend another 5 minutes spamming the same comments like you usually do. Anything you want to add there, Mary?
No, I'm replying here. He's like, Islam was the first to forbade alcohol and drugs. First of all, Islam has never forbidden drugs. If your secular countries decide to forbid drugs, or if someone influenced by the West goes, we shouldn't have drugs, that's fine. But Islam, in fact, was a conduit through which drugs were introduced to the West for the first time. The first mind-altering substances, other than alcohol, came into Europe through Muslims. They were the traders and the producers and the manufacturers, everything else. You guys invented drugs.
And he said,
seriously, it's hilarious.
And he also has this amazing argument here. Islam is not recommended to do crime without reasons. So in Islam, apparently, you can do crime. It's just not recommended. And if you have reasons to do the crime, he didn't say, moral reasons. He just said reasons. If you have reasons to do it, like, I don't know, you want to get wealthy or something, then it's fine. This is his endorsement for Islam, is that it recommends against committing crime. Just like every human being in the history of the world has recommended against doing crime. It's called crime for a reason.
Without reasons. So, if there's a good reason to stab someone to death, you should do it according to Islam. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and as someone else noticed, not one jurisprudence, not one school of fiqh, right, has outlawed hashish. Not one. You guys, major opium producers in the world. Come on. All right.
I take this from Houston here. Christianity, reasoned answer.
Awesome.
Islam, reason to crimes.
So
Maybe I should create an Islamic channel and call it Reason to Crimes.
yeah, something like that. That's pretty funny. So, what should we believe about this surah that they say is the first one? I do think that Muhammad did eventually teach that the verses 1 through 5 were given to him in the cave. He just didn't teach this initially, nor did he come out of the cave with these words. He certainly did not declaim verses originally at all, which means that like he didn't stand and recite verses as we say. Waraka died before Muhammad came into his prophethood, not in my view, in the view of the Sahaba. So Khadija asked Waraka, or talked about Waraka with Muhammad, and she said he believed on you, but died before you appeared as a prophet. And so that means that he did not live in the
Whoops.
Islamic age. He lived in Jahiliyyah still. He still lived in the age of ignorance, right?
Now, hold on a second here, because I thought
Mm-hmm.
Waraka was the Christian who confirmed the truth of Muhammad's message.
Well, yes,
But he also
supposedly he's
died
supposed to
before
be a Christian,
Muhammad.
right?
But he also died before Muhammad even began to be a prophet. So which is
Right,
it?
but that's the thing. So what happened in the cave? Sorry, I'm getting more to drink down here. What happened in the cave is did not consist of him coming into prophethood in such a way that he could have someone be considered his companion. Waraka died not as a companion, so there was a question about whether or not he would be in hellfire. Now it's extra funny that there's a question about whether or not he would be in hellfire, because while Khadijah was alive, Muhammad clearly taught that Christians and Jews were people of the book and that they would all go to Jannah. He did not teach that any Christian or Jew was not a follower of Allah while Khadijah was still alive. That was a later teaching. And so that makes this even more perplexing, given that Muhammad, that there's a question in the minds of Khadijah and Muhammad as to whether or not he is among people who had a kind of faith that could have saved him, or whether or not he is in hellfire with the polytheists. Maybe that would suggest that he, wasn't really a Christian. Hmm. Hmm. So, um, so the as we're coming into this first uh, surah, we need to understand like what genre, what type of thing the Quran is. And these early surahs that we're going to talk about, they're almost identical to Saj poetry. Saj poetry is blank verse, so it's rhymed but has, or excuse me, it's rhymed but without, not blank verse, it's rhymed but without meter. So it's a rhymed, meterless poetry. And it has end rhymes that a section will rhyme and then they'll swiftly switch to something else, and then those will rhyme, it'll swiftly switch to something else. That's part of Saj poetry too. The only way in which the Quran is unique is that it doesn't have the level of rhythm that most Saj poetry seeks to cultivate. So usually, even though it doesn't have a meter, it has a rhythmical quality that the Quran does not have. It's also important to note that many other Arabic verses, whether or not they're secular or sacred, pagan sacred stuff, and stuff about battles and love and everything else, all kinds of different genres are in this Saj form. So this form would have been very familiar feeling to any Arab of the time. It would be recognizable. It's very very proper to their culture, to their language. It's very normal. Now, later surahs change. They retain the end rhymes, but they usually don't even try to be poetic either in tone or rhythm. These early ones look for a very high, elevated kind of structure and speech, that it's trying to sound very refined and very sophisticated. And a lot of the later ones, they lose almost all the sophistication.
So Houston
So in
says,
those ways, this
so
is
something
how it's
like,
like other things in Arabic.
Yeah. So Houston says it's something like blah 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 cat, blah 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 hat.
Yes, yes, that is very much what it's like, except because of they cheat the grammar sometimes, so they swap things out to make rhymes where it normally wouldn't rhyme in the Quran. I don't think that's particularly unusual to Arabic poetry, but it's another thing where it would be ridiculous unless you're doing something for comedic effect. So in English, for comedic effect, you mess up the pronunciation of something to force it to rhyme
Mm.
with something else because
Hmm.
it's
Hmm.
silly. But that's just part of how this is recited in uh, in Arabic Saj poetry.
Yeah, that's interesting that you're saying even that you mispronounce words to make them rhyme. I thought you were saying that you know, kind of rearrange the words and have non-standard grammar, which is something you do in English, or at least can do in English poetry or songs for that matter.
Yeah, you do
Uh,
do some of that, but it's
right.
also
But
you
you
just
wouldn't
change the
change the
word form.
pronunciation of
Yeah.
a word normally because then it's like, are you so lazy you couldn't come up with an actual rhyme?
Yeah, they'll change the grammatical form in different places and it doesn't have any meaning. It's just to make it rhyme and some of them are not strictly proper. So, um now let's talk about what's original in the Quran. So what's derivative meaning familiar, it would have been the people around there, they would have seen it before. All of that is proper to the Arab pagan space. But what's original? How is it different from things? And the Quran itself claims that Muhammad is nothing new or innovative. He's not an innovation, bid'ah, among the prophets, right? And it says that it is the same as what's revealed to other people. It believes essentially that the Injil is just version 1.3 of the book of Allah, and itself is 1.3.1 or something like that. So, and it believes that the previous scripture contains the whole of previous revelations, and then also gets some minor updates in law to suit the times and the people. So, at the time of Abraham, the contents of his revelation is the same as the contents of Moses, except that Moses also gets a repetition of the Abraham stuff uh, and gets Abraham's own story in a way that maybe Abraham didn't actually have, and then, or at least he has Moses' story. Abraham didn't have Moses' story. There we go. So Abraham had like the stuff of from Adam, and then from Noah, and then his own life, and then Moses gets all of that new revealed again to him, and then he gets his own stuff, and then uh, Asa gets all of the stuff before revealed again that he gives again, and then in addition, he gets his own life, and then each time they have minor alterations in the law for the people of that time. Uh, now, the now there is a huge issue because that's not at all how any of this works. The Quran should be the longest of everything. Like it has to be able to be the full repetition of the previous revelation as Muhammad believes that it is. Uh, in addition, the Quran over and over and over says that it confirms what comes before. And it's this pattern of this additional revelation that he's getting everything that came to everybody else, and he's getting this extra. And this extra, the new stuff, is being confirmed or is true because the previous stuff it is an exact match to what everybody else had. So all you have to do is you have to know that Muhammad doesn't have access to these written texts, and as he gives it, clearly it can only come from God because he is accurately being able to relay absolutely everything from these previous revelations and enlighten people who had not previously been enlightened in that way. And so that shows that the Quran is true because of this, but that isn't actually what it is. The Quran is original in having this idea of this kind of additive revelation, and it is original in all of its forms. So, like the previous ones couldn't be that because the Saj Muhammad believed that Surah al-Kahf was in the Torah, right? So he
Mhm.
believed that it was in what the Jews had. That surah, the whole thing, was in the Torah and had a different name there, but it's in there. And so that would mean that it would need to be in direct translation, ayah by ayah. That's why these are supposed to be miracles for that surah to be in both, right?
Yep.
So the but this is a way in which it doesn't match because this entire narrative of how it exists and how it relates to everything is a new concept. It's a new introduction. So the very introduction of the idea that Muhammad is bringing nothing new is itself new. Now, the Quran is also supposed to be uniquely and clearly divine, itself Muhammad's only miracle, his ayat or signs. And that is not said about any other previous scripture. No other scripture makes the claim that each verse is a miracle because this entire theology of revelation is brand new. And now you talk to most Muslims about this, they will just go, no, 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 that's not true. Why will they say it's not true? Because we have the Injil, we have the Torah, and we at least, even those who will say, oh, it was corrupted, it used to match in content, generally, they won't go as far as Muhammad did, that it was essentially a word for word match in a different language. That is what Muhammad argued. And that's what the Quran represents itself as. But Muslims today will deny this because you can't stay Muslim and actually believe what Muhammad taught. It's not possible. So it's important to note that there's no Hebrew work of any sort that is similar to the Quran in its form. Hebrew poetry repeats ideas and not sounds at all. Hebrew poetry doesn't have rhymes. The Hebrew poetic forms are not at all similar to the Saj poetry of the Quran. They're also tend to be only glancingly narrative, and they're often prophetic. So even whenever you talk about the Song of Moses, talking about the Pharaoh being thrown into the sea, the parts of that that are a narrative that are telling what happened are very small, very short, very condensed, and very poetic, as opposed to the Quran, which will give you like a whole narrative sequence in its poetry. The Quran has no straight out plain narrative that doesn't try to have a rhyme in it. And the stuff that is poetry in the Bible does not try to give a whole narrative. So they are not at all similar. So the Quran is often narrative and it's extremely rarely prophetic. Additionally, there is no Greek work of any sort that's similar to the Quran in form. Like no Greek, forget just the Bible. There's nothing that's secular that's in the same form as the Quran at all, that it was ever produced in Greek. There's nothing like this. It belongs to this Arabic world of the pagans. It does not belong to any classical world at all. Finally, the Bible itself is deeply intertextual. And while the Quran makes biblical narrative citations and by retelling certain parts and very rarely specific verse passage citations, it isn't being intertextual deliberately, but it's trying to be this meta scripture, but in Arabic. It's doing something very different. It is not behaving intertextually. It's trying to be a standalone, completely separate, that's proven because it's identical with something before,
So this,
versus doing heavy allusions and bringing in these things in a sense that where you have the original and now you're talking about a certain way and drawing it in.
this is a very important point. A Muslim will tell you, right? They'll tell you that the reason the Bible or the Quran doesn't match up with the Bible is because that the Bible has been corrupted. Now, let's say, now there's no evidence of that, of course, and the Quran disagrees with them. But let's say, for the sake of argument, that the Bible had been corrupted, that wouldn't change the form of the text, right? If people had unintentionally or intentionally changed some of the theology, that wouldn't change the form of the text. The New Testament regularly draws upon the Old Testament. It makes intentional allusions to it, continues the story. Likewise, the prophets of the Old Testament draw on earlier prophets and on the Torah and so forth. Everything is drawing on everything else to create a continual narrative. Now, you want to argue that's the work of human beings, whatever, that's beside the point. The point here is that corruption would not so if Islam is true, the Torah and the gospel should be the same thing. They should be more or less the same thing, but in Hebrew and Greek. Whereas the gospel we have is completely dissimilar from the Torah in every possible way. It's doing something completely different, but drawing upon it. So corruption, changing of the text, couldn't cause that to happen. So hopefully you get the point being made here. Una says, I hear a Muslim claim Muhammad couldn't have copied the Bible because he couldn't read, but then he knew what was in the Bible through divine revelation. Well, the problem is he doesn't know what's in the Bible, first of all.
And that's the thing. That's what Muhammad is claiming here, that I am a true prophet because I am giving you an Arabic copy of the true book. And each verse is a miracle because it is directly parallel to something extant with Allah that has been revealed many times before. And again, it needs to be longer than that source if it's the same thing but with little additions to it, right? It shouldn't be way shorter.
Mm-hmm. Yes, right. If it's, modifying what came before, we maybe not expect to be identical, but at least similar in form, and the same length or longer, right? It can't be shorter.
Oh. And Captain Christian said, but isn't the Bible from Allah? And if it is, didn't Allah say that his words cannot be corrupted? Well, apparently Allah didn't know what he was talking about. Allah is an idiot, and Muslims constantly need to correct Allah and explain how Allah didn't mean what he said and was mistaken, and really they corrupted it. And Allah really knows this, even though he said the exact opposite.
Indeed. And totally random comment here, but Devin Phoenix says, my neighbor is outside yelling nonsense. I didn't know it was the time for the Adnan, the Muslim call to prayer.
Nice.
Guess I need to adjust my clock. All right. Now, okay. So before Mary reads this, reminder, there's a poll. I want the audience to say what they think will happen when we read this. And we're going to read the English first, but then we're going to hear a beautiful recitation of the Arabic. Of course, it'll be the Arabic that actually has the impact according to Muslims. So last chance to get your predictions in now. All right, go ahead.
All right, so this is Sahih International's translation of these first 5 verses, and only these first 5 verses were supposedly revealed in the cave. I'll talk later about the whole thing. We'll get through the whole thing today. It'll be awesome. And explain why and how the other pieces came to be appended to it. And I'll prove when it occurred too, by the way, from the sources about them are correct. And the Tafsir, we know when this happened, which is pretty cool. But here are the first 5 verses, the only part that's supposed to come from the cave, according to all of the Islamic scholars. I didn't even bother to cite them because according to anyone who says that this was the first revelation, they all agree that 1 through 5, that's it. That was what came in the cave. So here it is. Recite in the name of your Lord who created man from a clean, taught by the pen, taught man that which he knew not.
All right, so I'll leave the poll open for another minute because of the delay, but it looks like about 54% said blank stares and confusion, 37% uncontrollable vomiting, and 9% say mass conversion to Islam. So does it seem like very many of you are believers in the Islamic narrative? But I do have a response to that.
I think we have to try it first.
So we got to try it first before we can conclude that we're not going to convert. We have to be fair here. We have to give a chance to the Muslim claim. Are you ready? Here we go.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق خلق الإنسان من علق اقرأ وربك الأكرم الذي علم بالقلم علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم كلا إن الإنسان ليطغى أن رآه استغنى إن إلى ربك الرجعى أرأيت الذي ينهى عبدا إذا صلى أرأيت إن كان على الهدى أو أمر بالتقوى أرأيت إن كذب وتولى ألم يعلم بأن الله يرى كلا لئن لم ينته لنسفعا بالناصية ناصية كاذبة خاطئة فليدع ناديه سندع الزبانية كلا لا تطعه واسجد واقترب.
All right, there you go. Let's see. Now you guys have had your chance to vote. See, make your predictions. Now everyone needs to tell me what the reaction is. Did you have a feeling of disgust? Were you just confused why this is supposed to be beautiful? Or are you ready to say your Shahada and convert to Islam? A couple comments about the reverb and such. Jack says that the audio is annoying. What the? And let's see. Music is haram, but this is allowed. So no doubt that's not true. Musical instruments are haram, with possibly one or two exceptions. And most Muslims don't follow that. But the human voice in a lyrical sing-song fashion is always allowed. Nicodemus says that the auto tune works magic, literally. Hachi says I can, I can. I think it's supposed to say I cannot, but he said I canny listen to that garbage. Captain Christian says this is annoying. Grace is starting to throw up. Devin says music on Ramadan? No.
Well, yes, I think we've all heard much worse Quran singing because this is supposed to be one of the this is supposed to be absolutely supreme. And of course, we need reverb. We cannot recite the. I don't know how they recited the Quran before they had uh, speakers with reverb because apparently reverb is absolutely required to get that holy effect there. It's like some heretics who call for people to have some bars and play some music in the background to make it sound like I'm saying things that are really deep when I'm just speaking, right?
Well, maybe what they did in the past was they just practiced and had two people recite it a fraction of a second off to kind of get that reverb effect. I don't
Nice.
know. This was my favorite comment, though, I think, from Ethan. My ears have clots.
Very nice.
Well, sorry about that, Ethan. Sorry about that. All right, let's get Mary's presentation back up here. Do continue to tell me what you thought about that amazing recitation. Again, YouTube thinks, and YouTube's usually pretty wise about these things. They think that it was one of the most popular recitations among Muslims. They think it's, i.e., they think it's one of the best through the social effect of people sharing ones they like and not sharing ones they don't. So, as far as I know, that was a very good recitation of Surah 96.
Yep. So, uh, let's see. Oh, where's my. Did I seriously accidentally?
No.
Okay. All right. All right. I'm okay. I'm making sure that I didn't put things in the wrong order. But this is the correct order. So the very first line, here it is. No, I just didn't put one in front of it, so I confused myself because I'm easily confused, guys. So it begins, and I translate it as declaim rather than either read or recite, because the word, which is uh, ikra, has an exact Hebrew parallel, a cognate. They came from the same origin and they split off and they have the same semantic range. So it means to stand and to announce something formally, or to recite something from memory, or to read from something that's written, because there is no whenever you have a culture that is pre-literate or semi-literate, nobody reads silently, you only read aloud. And so a formal kind of proclamation of some sort would often have a fixed or official form, which would also be, if you ran and got an announcement from the king, then you would give it in an official form. And you would also have this kind, and so reading is thought of as being a way to fix something that is inherently audio. It's something you hear. It's not something that you see. And so, for example, Augustine thought that Jerome was like just had superpowers, because Jerome was able to read without speaking. He could read faster than he could speak, which was, no one learned to read silently then. People just read aloud. And so that formal enunciation of something that is structured and formal itself has the same name as a formal announcement or a formal recitation from memory. And this is not just in the Semitic languages. You can find this in all kinds of languages. When they first learn writing, they use a word for it that basically means that you're announcing something that has been formally put together in some way, right? And so, and also, the reason that writing seemed to be powerful and magical to the Arabs is because they could take something that is a spell or a religious invocation and they could write it down, and you would walk away and your spell or calling upon your pagan god would still be there, and it would be there for other people to read, and whenever they read it, it would be getting them to reenact that spell and give it new power and things. So there's all this epigraphy, just massive amounts of pagan epigraphy in Islam, and it's connected to how the Arab culture adapted to the coming of literacy in this way, and how they saw it as this kind of fixing of things that have power, words that have power. And so here, the Quran is given as this fixed words that have power in the context, but it is also a direct quotation in the entire story of Muhammad being in the cave and an angel saying, cry. And he goes, what should I cry? Or what should I, or declaim, what should I declaim? In that narrative, that is the exact parallel to this. And we say here, and we'll go to it next, but Muhammad shows familiarity of verses 3 through 8 continuously in a number of places. And some of these become incredibly important to his own personal theology, although some of it's rather embarrassing to Muslims later and is forgotten. But that fragment right there, he knows that. Now, what does he not know? He doesn't know verse 1 or 2. He, especially 2, speak tenderly to Jerusalem and cry to her that her warfare is ended, that her iniquity is pardoned, that she has received from the Lord's hand double for all her sins. He has no idea anything about Jerusalem. Now, it is true that Jerusalem was not called Jerusalem at this time, so maybe he heard these words and had no idea what they meant, so it caused no impact on him. Muslims called it Alia, which was a Roman name, right? They did not call it Jerusalem. They did not know about Jerusalem. They had no idea where this place was. So it may be that he did have access to this text, but had no clue as to like what this meant or who it was talking to. So that is possible. But the Islamic sources show no knowledge of that part of the section. What it shows is tons of knowledge of 3 through particularly 6, perhaps 8. So Muhammad makes himself the person of 46, being told to cry out. A voice says, "Cry," and I said, "What shall I cry?" That is quoted 3 times in all the narratives of Muhammad in the cave being pressed by the demon.
Interesting.
And it's the same word. It's just the Arabic for the word versus the Hebrew for the word. It's the cognate. So he also makes himself the person of 46. Or excuse me, he also makes himself the person in 43 at this beginning. A voice cries, "In the wilderness, prepare the way of the Lord, make straight the desert. In the desert, a highway for our God. Every valley shall be lifted up, and every mountain and hill be made low. The uneven ground shall become level, and the rough places a plain. And the glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together, for the mouth of the Lord has spoken." So, the highway of 43 make straight in the desert a highway for our God. It is extremely suggestive of the strata in Greek or the sirat. It's borrowed from Greek into an Arabic form, right? It's very suggestive of this, even though the Greek word here, whenever it's quoted in the New Testament, whenever it's in the Septuagint, it's a different word for highway. It does mean highway. It doesn't mean a path of any sort. So it has the same meaning, but a different specific word. Now, this is still likely a memory echo because it has the same meaning, even though it's a different word here, but it may indicate that Muhammad did not have an original fragment of Isaiah, but instead had a fragment. And I actually went to the effort of checking it in Syriac. So in Syriac, it is also the same as it is in the Septuagint, the Syriac version of that, and it's not the same as it's not the same as Sirat. So it is that means that it's not a word for word quotation from any biblical text in any language, but it could be from a liturgical text that was using a synonym instead of the exact word. Or Muhammad could have just heard that and not remembered that part of it, the exact word, and so introduced his own.
Before you go on, Nina has a question, and then I have important clarification. So Nina says, "Forgive me for my deficiency of the mind. Could you get Mary to explain a bit more why they didn't know what they're reading unless reading out loud? Sounds bizarre."
No. So in the original, there is no like in the Bible, it does not at all say read or anything like that. So this voice cries is a voice is announcing. And this voice is an angelic voice, right? And it's a prophetic voice about this happening with John the Baptist later on. So a voice is speaking out, and then later the voice comes and says to Isaiah, "Cry or speak out." And he's like, "Okay, so what should I say?" And then he's told what to say, and so that's what he records. So it's just this very natural, like, announce to the people, okay, announce what? And then he immediately gets an answer. It's weird in the cave because supposedly there's this piece of brocade that was brought to Muhammad. And, the interesting thing is that the supposedly preserved tablets, that's such a late introduction that it does not appear in the cave story in any form, even in the revised forms. Instead, supposedly, it's like red brocade, where Muhammad is told to read, but it's a piece of cloth and it's brocade. It's not a written thing. And he's told not read, but proclaim or announce or declaim. And so it's just the entire thing is confusing to him because he's not told for the first two times. He's told proclaim, and he's like, while he's being assaulted, and he's like, what should I proclaim? He's freaking out. And he's told again, proclaim, and he's being assaulted again. And what shall I proclaim? Like, it's this very confusing and disorienting and horrible experience where here, this is just, you're being given an instruction. You're saying that you're willing to do it, but you need to know what to do with, what to do it with, and then you obey. Like, that's all that happens in the original. It becomes this terrifying and confusing kind of exchange in the context of the Islamic narrative. So,
So I wanted to raise
yeah.
a point there as well. So, of course, the Christians in the audience, I think will probably all know, but just in case, that the New Testament intentionally draws on this passage in Isaiah and says that the figure being described is John the Baptist. Now, this would actually be consistent with Muhammad's self-understanding, so to speak. John the Baptist prepares the way for Jesus. My understanding of who Muhammad was, at least originally, he might have changed his mind over time, but at least originally, he thought of himself as a warner figure, this figure who was not the prophet, not the end times figure, but was someone who was preparing the way for the end times to come, and thus he expected the end to come in his own lifetime or shortly after he died, something along those lines. So he would actually be correct if he's thinking of himself. He would be correctly understanding what the passage means. I mean, he'd be understanding what the passage means if he's
Yeah.
thinking of himself as that figure. Of course, he's wrong. He's not that
Yeah,
figure.
I was about to say, but here's the problem. What he doesn't know is that it is assigned to John the Baptist. Muhammad has no idea of this, and he never understands this. He never understands this.
And
And that's
Ethan,
important too, because he's saying that he's nothing new, but if he's denying that this is John the Baptist, and if he's assigning this to himself, and if he's saying that the one being told to cry is also the one who is the voice crying in the wilderness earlier, then he is introducing something radically different right there. So
yeah,
here
I mean
are,
he's wrong,
yeah,
but he is actually understanding the passage in the way
something.
that Christians would understand it, sort of, right? He is at least in the ballpark of what the passage means, which provides evidence that Mary is correct, that Muhammad was intentionally drawing upon this passage, not getting it perfect, because he's drawing on his memory, perhaps a story that he heard a number of years ago, but he's thinking of himself as being in this passage. Ethan says, man, this is a bunch of hashtag dual carne.
It's on their website. Don't go like this. It's on their website.
Yeah, come on, man. It's on their website. All right, Mary, back to you.
Yeah, so
We lost your
sorry, I turned myself off instead of on.
We heard, and so, and then the audio
And then
stops.
I turned myself off. Yeah. And so he says, the angel supposedly came to him in the cave and asked him to read. He says, I don't know how to read. Or it actually means, read what? What shall I read? What do you mean read? It doesn't actually explicitly say, I do not know how to read. And then he says, the angel caught me forcefully and pressed me so hard that I could not bear it anymore. He released me again and again asked me to declaim. And I replied, declaim what? Or what should I declaim? Whereupon he caught me again and pressed me a second time. He then released me, asked me to read again. I replied, I don't know how to read, or what shall I read? Thereupon he caught me for a third time, pressed me and released me, and then supposedly said these words exactly. Now, I think that whenever he went to see Waraqah gave him, like read to him everything that Waraqah considered to be it all that he had in his possession, that he considered to be relevant to who he was trying to tell Muhammad that he was. And I think that at that time was when he heard this portion of Isaiah 40, which became so important to Islam. And I'll explain later why other things are very important to Islam in a very hilarious way. So here are some basic questions. Did Muhammad actually read the thing he was being ordered to read? And the people who insist on reading it as read. Muhammad was illiterate. There was something brought before him that had words on it, and he could not read. Did he ever read? In this narrative, if that's how you're reading it, the answer is no. He never read anything. So he's just disobedient because he is being told to repeat something, read in the name of your Lord who created all that exists, etc., etc. So here you have Muhammad not doing that thing that he's being told to do because supposedly he's illiterate. So how is he? He's not reading. He's never reading. No reading ever occurs in this narrative in any version of it. Muhammad never reads anything. So if you're insisting that this means read, you're saying that Muhammad just was told to do something he cannot physically do and that he never did, which is a particularly goofy way of reading this. Secondly, would any sane person think that he was being ordered to declaim the specific word declaim or read the specific word read or whatever? Would you think that that was part of what you're supposed to include? Is that part of the revelation? Came to me and said, recite or declaim. Is he telling you to repeat the word declaim? No, he's not. Or here's the question, is this a clear interpolation to make the key word that Muhammad thinks is prophetic a more integral part of the text? So what's happening here is that he is not being told to say the word ikra. He's being told to say the things after that. And yet that word gets included as part of the revelation. Now, there is this later kal, say, etc., that gets incorporated later, but it's in the name of thy Lord. It's not say or declaim in the name of my Lord, the one who created, which would make it kind of integral to the ayah. So it would be part of it because he's being told to say my, right? So then you'd need that say. But no, thy Lord, your Lord. So that declaim or recite or read can't be part of this actual verse for it to make any grammatical sense whatsoever. So I believe that it was something that he interpolated and pushed into whenever he formed the poetic form of this for the purpose of being a prophet. Once he decided that that's what prophets did, that was put in there to keep that parallel to the Isaiah text that he doesn't even know is Isaiah and never finds out is Isaiah. And the question is, does Muhammad actually declaim any of this? Is he doing this in this? Is he speaking? No, he's listening. So Muhammad never, in the entire narrative, Muhammad never actually speaks the words that he's being told to speak in any of the versions, which is quite interesting. He never repeats it.
He only ever recites it by saying recite, right?
Well, he doesn't even recite it. Like, he doesn't do any of it. It's only Jibril who's supposedly speaking here. And in this, after Jibril lets him go, he runs away terrified. He never says the word. He never says it.
Yeah,
he never
correct.
obeys. Yeah.
I meant ever, right? Yeah. When he later repeats it and says it's part of the Quran, he includes the command to recite, which makes no sense whatsoever.
Correct.
Weird stuff.
Yeah, and he doesn't obey at the time that he supposedly was Jibril ever. So it's very interesting.
Indeed. He doesn't repeat the words then, right? If if the Muslim belief about the story is true, and he's supposed to repeat the words so that he memorizes them or whatever nonsense, then why doesn't he repeat them in the story? Why does he say, okay, then repeat the words? Instead, he just runs away because he's scared.
Yeah,
Weird,
exactly.
weird
Exactly, which is
stuff.
extra funny. Now, you notice that I said, this cry, what shall I cry, is specific to voice 6, or verse 6 rather. And yet I said that it absolutely starts in verse 3. And I mentioned the the way in that's in Surah al-Fatiha, and is so important to Muslims in concept, the highway. But there's another reason I said this, and I said this before I even considered that that was a reference to a highway in both of these. That's because of verse 4. Again, listen to this very carefully. Every valley shall be lifted up, and every mountain and hill made low. A uneven ground shall become level, and the rough places a plain. So the world is getting flattened. It's a flattening of the earth. This is clearly metaphorical and poetic. Something you have to understand about Muhammad is that he hated anything metaphorical and poetic that didn't tell you that it was metaphorical and poetic. I think that he was perhaps uh, at least he was on the autistic spectrum because of his absolute hatred for things that are poetic that do not announce themselves. That's a way in which the Quran is so incredibly clear because it always tells you when things are poetic and when things are literal. And Muhammad's like, if it doesn't, if Allah is going to speak plainly, if it's metaphorical, Allah will tell you. Otherwise, it's literal. Muhammad read this as literal, and he reading it is what happens right before the resurrection. So right before the resurrection, you're going to have all the mountains knocked down and all the valleys lifted up. Why would you want that? Because that makes the earth better, first of all. So Muhammad read there being a flattening of the earth, a spreading out of the earth in creation, but then Allah needed to put the mountains on it to keep the earth from moving whenever the whale moved around. But he spread it out and opened it out and flattened it to give people a wonderful place to live. Now, why would Muhammad have this particular view? Where did he live? He lived in the mountains, and the people in the mountains were very poor compared to the people of nearby places because things didn't grow as well. Mountains are not good to him. They're not uh, anything other than, there are holy places in the mountains, sure, but mountains themselves are a place of poverty for most mountain people throughout the history of the world, but especially Muhammad's own people. They lived in a place that was inhospitable. Mountains are inhospitable. So Allah, creating the earth for people, he spread out the earth. He spread it out like a bed and flattened it out to give room for people. So here is the interpretation and the two jalals. And the earth, how is it spread out? Meaning that it was stretched so they can see in a sign for the power of Allah. And his saying Sutihat makes it obvious that the earth is flat, and this is certified by the ulama, Shara, the Sharia theologians. So the ulama is like the body of Islamic scholars, and then it's like of the Sharia is what that means. Not a globe, as it is said by the layman.
And of course, when there's consensus in the Sharia scholars or among the Sharia scholars, that is as good as revelation from Allah. Now, this
Correct.
isn't actually a legal ruling, so that probably wouldn't apply. That their opinion probably is not definitive on matters of the shape of the earth. However, it is
Right.
clear that's what the text means, and that's how people understood it until modern times when Zakir Naik comes along and tells you that there is a misvowing of the word and the perfectly preserved Arabic, and it actually means ostrich egg.
So
There you
someone
go.
asked me, why is the whale dangerous? According to Islam, there are 7 flat pancake earths that are stacked on top of each other, and those are stacked on top of an enormous whale. And when the whale moves around, the earth would shake too much and everything would be destroyed. So Allah put pillars, the mountains as pegs to hold down the earth so they wouldn't shake when the whale moved. So that explains why. when flatness is wonderful and good for people, why there would still be mountains, essentially. So the Quran also says, and after that he spread the earth, and going again to the two Jalals, we and he says that is basataha basataha, as it was created before heaven with dahu. And so he al Jalalain is, they are emphasizing the issue of flattening. This text is emphasizing the issue of flattening. The interpreters are saying that is, he flattened it since it was not made flat before the heaven was created. Reading this in the context, the message of the Quran seems to be originally the earth was not flat, but somehow crumbled up. After first creating the heaven over it, Allah flattened out the earth to make it inhabitable, as it says, a provision for you and your cattle. It's important that the earth is flat to be a provision for you and your cattle. So this seems to stem from the idea of this ultra leveling, this ultra flattening at the end times, that, you know, this thing is going to be made in an even better way, perhaps, according to Muhammad, for some future purpose, although he seems to forget what really happens to the earth at all after the last day.
So Krakalu has an important comment here before we go on. Is it one heaven per earth, or the heavens also stacked? They are stacked as well.
And they are stacked above the highest earth. So it's
yes.
7 pancake earths, 7 pancake heavens. It's not earth, heaven, earth, heaven, earth, heaven.
Correct. And these heavens might be quite large. They might be, you know, thousands of kilometers or miles apart. They're not necessarily close to each other, but they are stacked up, and they might be dome shaped. Most likely the conception is they're dome shaped. So the heavens are, strictly speaking, aren't flat. They're dome shaped, but they all are above the top earth.
So, and then in the next step, at the end of times, the earth will be flattened even more before the hour. So let's look at 89:21. Nay, when the earth is leveled, ground down, pounded, crushed, or leveled upon ground down, pounded, crushed, or leveled. So basically, nay, when the earth is leveled, grinding. So it's this leveling through the way of grinding things down. So you have mountains, you have valleys. By grinding down the mountains, you create some dust, some powder that fills up the valleys and perfectly flatten the earth. Right? And comes your Lord and the angels, rank upon rank. So you have grinding upon grinding, rank upon rank here. And is brought that day with hell. That day mankind will remember, but how will the remembrance be for him? So the idea is that there will be 70,000 angels who will drag hell up close to the earth that people are on after these mountains are leveled down. Maybe they need to make way for hell to be brought across the earth, to be brought near or something. It's really unclear what the purpose of this is, but that is what is happening in this passage. So then, and this is an explanation of this first one, 89:21 in al-Qurtubi again. So a camel is said to be daka, meaning it has no hump, and the plural, and then it gives a plural. So basically it's explaining like, oh, it's the same word that we use for camel without a hump is the word that's being used here. Flat. It's made flat, just as this word is used for camels that have a birth defect so that they don't have a hump. They've got a flat back instead of a humped back. So rather than there being humped mountains, it's now flat. And again, this repeated word, daka, meaning time after time, over and over again. It shook and broke another, thus breaking everything on its back. The mountains were crushed and raised till they were flat. So the mountains are crushed down, and then the valleys raised up until everything's flat. Also, it was demolished, leveled off, so that houses, palaces, mountains, and all the buildings are gone, totally flat. From that, it was called al-Dukan because of its flatness when spread out. So I want you guys to be clear. That means that there's going to be literally flattening down. And that's what all the interpreters understood it to mean. And then we get the same idea repeated again in 69:14, and the earth and the mountains were lifted and leveled with one blow. So we have a lifting of the earth that's lower than the mountains and a leveling of the mountains. Bam, flat, dead, flat. So this clearly shows the only reason that you would have such a weird idea is if you read this literally. Every valley shall be lifted up, and every mountain and hill be made low. The uneven ground shall become level, and the rough places a plain. So this is something like I recognize this instantly when I read it in the Quran. I'm like, oh my gosh, he thinks that Isaiah 40 is actually literal. But this shows how deeply impressed Muhammad that it became this theme that repeated itself. Subhanallah, beautiful poetry, said Nina. So
yes. So before we go on, while we're talking about flatness and such, there was a vigorous debate on the chat over whether it should be waffles or pancakes. Then Una says, "Are we talking about food during Ramadan, where one must fast? No water for you. Swallow your own saliva." Which I had a comment from earlier from Devin Phoenix that I was waiting for a good time to bring up. I think now's a good time. So this isn't a Ramadan meal, I'm guessing. Well, just so you know, I have broken my fast, and I was prepared for this moment. I'm fasting, everyone.
I love it.
Praise me, please. I'm fasting so hard here. Yum, yum, yum.
That's awesome. And I forgot to put my battery bank with my dog, so my dog cam's out, but the dog is still here, so I am recharging my phone, and I will turn it back on in a little bit. And
all right, let me take a super chat before we resume from Jack Ray.
And Allah will bless you in a million ways. You find the tree will grow and you will have lots and lots of wealth. This is the example that we gave to the children. And I'm letting you know that when you sow that seed by giving, you shall receive much more than you gave by the will of Allah. Give as much as you can, for indeed you will reap much more than you have sown.
So he said apple. Well, you didn't quite get the apple, but when he says the trees grow in the beginning, he's referring to the apple trees. So you have got it. Thank you very much for your support. All right. So shall we continue on, Mary?
Yep. All right. So that is the longest portion of the entire thing about this very first verse, but I think it's really, really important to see what it's echoing and how badly it's understood. So this is what I mean by some really exact echoes, the leveling out and things like that, very exact echoes, and yet total misunderstanding at the same time that appears in the Quran. Now, something else that's also interesting, notice how I differently translate this. Declaim in the name of thy Lord, the one who created. It does. Now, you can, there are times when this word that means the one who, you can render it as who in English for just purposes of easier textual flow, but it really is the one who. If this is not the name of thy Lord, the name of thy Lord is never mentioned here. So this is supposed to be the introduction, right? So recite in the name of your Lord who created man from a clinging substance. Recite in your Lord is the most generous, who taught by the pen, taught man what he knew not. What's the name of his Lord, Thaddeus?
Well, he won't know at this point, right?
It's just a mystery.
Maybe,
but if you're
maybe
reciting,
he does, though, because maybe he's already worshiping a particular god, and he already has a particular Lord named Allah or Hubal from before, during pagan times, during the period of ignorance. I don't know. But otherwise, he doesn't have any clue. He's just reciting in the name of your Lord, which is just a word means
Yeah,
master, right? It means ruler, master.
right. So recite in the
Who's
name
this
of your
king?
Lord, and they want to tell us that it doesn't say what the name of your Lord is.
Mhm.
But notice that the actual precise translation is the one who created. Now, what emphasizes that this has to be the correct translation is the next verse that begins not, it is not who created man. Like what's that repetition doing there? No. Recite in the name of your Lord, he who created. He created man from a cleaning substance. There is a conjugation there that tells you what case this is in. Recite in the name of your Lord, in the name of your Lord, he the one who created, he created man. That it was what it actually says. And it's really interesting that they don't want to give Allah the name, the one who
Hmm.
created,
Interesting.
because they give Allah all kinds of other names. Why wouldn't they give him that name? It's also very interesting that there's tons of emphasis later on Bismillah. That you're supposed to say Bismillah, Bismillah, Bismillah this, Bismillah that. Oh, the supposed slave, the Christian slave, recognized that Muhammad must be a true follower of monotheism because he said Bismillah in Taif, right? Bismillah
True.
is supposed to be super important. You say it all the time. But what does it say? This first is Bismi Rabbika. Bismi Rabbika, not Bismillah. In the name of your Lord, not in the name of Allah. Can you say al-Rab, al-Rabu Akbar whenever you kill an animal and eat it? No, you can't. So the thing that is being introduced here is not an acceptable way to refer to Allah generally later on in the later theology. His Lord, his God is the Lord, the one who created. So,
Nina says,
because
Bisma mouse.
yeah, because the second verse has that other he created and has this doubling of that word in different forms, right? Because, or actually I think it's actually the same form, but because it says he created, the one who created, because that would be masculine singular, right? And then it goes masculine singular, he created again. That requires a translation, the one who created, then he created, just grammatically speaking. Otherwise it's ungrammatical, and they just run with the ungrammatical semi-translation.
Who ate the apple?
Created as if he's like picking up and just repeating it again, but he's not. These have different grammatical structures, one following the other. So it gives this identity to your Lord. Your Lord is the one who created, he who created. That is the Lord. Then the next verse is explaining what he created. Who is he credited with creating? So this ties into what Waraqah tried to tell Muhammad by tying him to Moses. Remember, Waraqah seems to have given him access to this part of Isaiah, but he doesn't say, oh, you're Isaiah. No, what he says is, oh, you're a Moses. You're Moses. You're like Moses. That's who he parallels Muhammad with. Why would he do what in what Muhammad experienced would tie him to Moses? If he got a revelation saying something about your Lord, the one who created like that, if that structure is in what Muhammad said to Waraqah, then Waraqah would go, that reminds me of Moses. In what way? We will get to it next slide. But first I want to go in the name of. It was a weird concept to the pagan Arabs. It's transparent, but it is transparently lifted from Christian liturgy, because we do things in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. Now, al-Qurtubi explains in the name of as meaning mention the name of, but it doesn't actually mention his name. It never mentions, like, it, and it doesn't mean that. Like, you wouldn't be mentioning the name of your Lord if you're doing something in the name of your Lord, like just talking about him. Say the word Allah is what is meant when it says in the name of your Lord. That doesn't make any sense. Whenever we do something in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, we're not just mentioning their names. That's not what's happening. It is a remembrance, but it's more than that. It is about participation and the idea of a name is making famous, the reputation and the, but also the knowing participation. It is an understanding and a community, and that's dropped out of this Islamic view because it doesn't belong to Islam. This entire phrase is not a properly Islamic or Arab phrase that the Arabs or the Muslims could really comprehend.
So let me jump in real quick here. I'm not sure about in pagan Arabia, but in pagan systems in general, it was common that if you knew the name of the god, you had some kind of control over it. Obviously not ultimate control, but you had special access to the god. So if this is saying, as Mary suggests, in the name of your Lord, and then gives the name, that would be consistent. That would be, again, assuming that the pagan system of Arabia was similar, it'd be consistent with this idea that by revealing the divine name, you're gaining access to that being, which then fits with this idea that Muhammad thinks that he's gaining access to this divine being. So Haji says, so what you're saying is that the Quran makes no sense. No, in this case, it actually does make sense if Mary's suggestion is correct.
If this is the correct translation, which would be what, if you came to this text with no preconceptions, my translation is the translation that you would give. You might say recite instead of declaim because you're not going into the historical context. But if you are coming to this text as completely ignorant of its context, this is what you would come up with. So, but it's a thought-stopping process to tell you that, oh, it just means that you should mention Allah. Because it's trying to get you not to think about the grammar, not to think about what the meaning actually is here. So let's go on. Whoops.
Libel, yes. I mean invoking the entity, invoking the god or spirit. Yes, that's what I'm referring to.
So Waraka supposedly says that is the same, and actually says namus, law. That is the same law of that Moses got. That's the same law. What is the law? It's the Torah. This is the same as the Torah, is essentially what he's saying. Should I live till you receive the divine message, I will support you strongly. Notice, should I live till you receive the divine message, I will support you strongly. So whatever he said is not yet a divine message. It's not yet the revelation of Moses, but it's something like a pre-revelation. Something happened that made him think, you're going to be like Moses. You are going to get a revelation of a Torah, of a text. And so here's the other version of it. It is the same namus, again, who was sent, that was sent to Moses. I wish I were young. And then the theology of expulsion is put in here. Will these people drive me out? Waraka says, yes, for nobody brought the like of what you have brought, but was treated with hostility. If I were to remain alive till your day when you start preaching, in parentheses, not there, were I to remain till your day, then I would support you strongly. But a short while later, Waraka died and the divine inspiration was paused for a while, so that Allah's messenger was very much grieved. So what does he think makes him like Moses? He's like Moses. He hasn't fully received the divine message yet. He He hasn't received the divine message, has not been received, yet he's like Moses. So what is he thinking is like Moses? Now, here is the parallel that I believe that he's seeing in it. So at the burning bush, Moses says to God, behold, when I come unto the children of Israel, and shall say to them, the God of your fathers has sent me unto you, they shall say to me, what is his name, and what shall I say unto them? And God said unto Moses, I am that I am. And he said, thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, I am hath sent me unto you. So I believe that it is this self-identification that Waraka is seeing in this. And the name of thy Lord, the one who created. You have now had a mysterious... The first possibility is Waraka is just making everything up. Or Muhammad lied about it later and said that Waraka said things he never said because Waraka is dead and couldn't say otherwise. The other possibility is that the fact that there was a mysterious presence and a mystical self-identity, that was the parallel. Claim, in the name of thy Lord, the one who created. There is a new name being revealed in a new way. I am that I am, the one who created.
And I will say that the Quran definitely is aware of the burning bush story and the surrounding text in Exodus. So completely plausible that Muhammad or Waraka or someone was making this connection.
And remember, Waraka says he's like Moses and that he hasn't received the message, but he will. Moses later received the message. He received the Ten Commandments. And according to rabbinical theology at that time, he received the whole of the Torah in its text, word for word, on the mountain. On the mountain, what he received was every word in the Torah in the Hebrew. Mm-hmm. Word for word from God. And this Torah had been created 70 years before anything else was created, or something like that, 700 or 7,000, I forget which. But before anything else was created, the Torah that Moses would receive was created by God. And then Moses got the whole thing and wrote the whole thing down from word by word, identical from God on Mount Sinai. This was an innovation of the later rabbis. It's Torah mi Sinai, right? So it is new, coming all at once, including Moses' death. And they even have explanations for why Moses went ahead and did the wrong things that he shouldn't have done, knowing that they were wrong and that he had already done, like, how is it telling about future events? Because obviously Moses goes on and lives more than 40 years after the events on Mount Sinai. How did he have the whole of the Torah there? And then why did he continue to do the sin? So they have explanations for this that are kind of silly. But it's this theology that Muhammad is echoing. He has an anticipation that he is going to receive a sudden full revelation on a mountain like Moses, or at a moment, not necessarily on a mountain, but he's going to receive, boom, a whole text all at once at this time. And that explains why Waraka is saying, when should I leave till you receive the divine message? Should I leave until the whole of Revelation gets dropped into your lap, and an angel comes to you and you just copy it all, or hand you a book for you to copy, or God speaks and you copy? Like, should that happen, I will support you. But he doesn't, and he dies in the age of Jahiliyyah. And there's a question about whether or not he's in hellfire or in Jannah because of this. Now, notice that Waraka is the one who convinced Muhammad that he's a prophet, and that a prophet was even predicted for his people.
So Eretz Yisrael says, you're wrong now, Mary.
Okay, tell me what I'm wrong about.
I asked him or her to explain, so hopefully they will.
He's probably going to claim that no, it really was given to Moses on Sinai, and that was the traditional ancient belief, even though it wasn't. So
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be supporting Islam
yeah.
based on the name here, but he thinks that you're making a wrong claim about the biblical story, I
Ooh,
assume.
that's an interesting question. Would Waraka have thought that Allah Himself would speak to Muhammad? And I am not sure. I am not sure. I haven't delved heavily into even what the Jews believed about how the revelation came uh, to Moses at that time. Just that it came and Moses wrote out everything except for the things that were written by God Himself on the Ten Commandments, but that He wrote it all out.
So the clarification came in. Eretz says it was revealed all at once. The last part about his death was written by Joshua, who was informed about the death sequence.
Okay, well here's the problem. That's not what the Jews who believe that particular doctrine believe. They don't believe that was written by Joshua. Lots of Christians believe that his death was written by Joshua, who's informed about his death sentence. My question to you is the part about Moses disobeying God and striking the rock a second time,
Yeah, that's
striking
a
the
good
rock,
question.
was that
Revealed.
revealed on Sinai? Because according to the Torah from Sinai, it was. So
And I'll also say that this, uh, I don't think, as Mary said, I don't think that this is the traditional understanding of Jewish people. And it's certainly not what the text claims about itself. What the text claims that was revealed to Moses is the divine law, not the Torah itself. And yes,
yeah,
I
it
know
just
that Torah
says,
means law, but
even though they are
it's
different
at
words.
the actual law portion of the Torah that is being revealed.
Wait, what? No, no, no. So no. If you are a rabbinical Jew, if you
No,
believe the
no, I'm saying what the
Talmud,
text says. I'm
yeah.
I'm saying what the
Oh yeah,
text
yeah.
says, not what Jewish
Well, the
people
text says
would
no.
say.
The text says less than that. The text specifically says a certain portion of the law. There are certain laws that were given immediately on Sinai, and beyond the Ten Commandments, there are other sections, but not all of it. Only certain sections, because after that time, people would come to Moses with questions, and Moses would go into the tent of meeting and speak to the angel of the Lord there, or speak to the Lord face to face, like a friend speaks to his friend. He would go to that tent, and in that tent, he would come back with answers. And then they set up a whole system so that he only dealt with the difficult things and the hard things and went to God about that. And regular folks just dealt with the really obvious issues. So the 40 days was actually from Moses being there 40 days before the golden calf was created. So
And here
according to
it
that,
says, why do you think it took 40 days? Well, I
because the
don't think
Bible.
that you've added any explanation whatsoever, because even if the entire text was dictated, it would only take a day, maximum.
Yeah,
Right?
it shouldn't take that time, but or take a huge amount of time to if he was spending all of his waking time writing, it should not take an enormous amount of time. But if you're not Talmudic rabbinical Jew, then you would not agree with this. But this is what the Talmud says happened, and plenty of people aren't. But the Jews that Muhammad and Waraka were familiar with were Talmudic rabbinical Jews. Yeah, they weren't any other sort of Jew. They were mystical. They were also kind of Gnostic-y, mystical, that kind of stuff too. So it wasn't even strictly Talmudic. It was Talmudic plus all this mystical Gnostic stuff. But what they weren't was, they had all of this stuff too that Muhammad then carried into the Quran, right? So, and it seems that Muhammad was seeing this as Waraka was seeing this as Muhammad's burning bush incident, where there is a divine presence that is mystical and incredible and gives himself a self identity in this moment, which predicts the future coming. This is the coming of the law, this is the beginning of it. And in the future, you will receive the whole of Revelation if I am alive when this message is revealed. hasn't already been revealed, but if I'm alive. And Muhammad later went and changed a narrative account in regular words of what he thought happened into this poetic form and said that that was, the first revelation. But it's clearly not the divine message yet. It becomes a divine message later on. Now, the verse 2 actually gives you some specifically good news to his own situation. He created man from a blood clot. So Muhammad wanted to know, is this going to be a boy? Is it going to be a girl? Can you make it a boy, please? Forces of powers, gods, whoever is in this cave, make this a boy. I need an heir. Is it my fault that I've had all these girls? So, is it my fault? Well, yes, they do. The rabbinical Jews do believe that both oral and written, the oral Torah, the Mishnah, supposedly came then, and also the whole of the written Torah. They actually do believe that the whole of the written Torah, all of that, according to the early Talmudic folks, did come on Sinai. It's not just the specific 613 laws. It's the whole body of the text that supposedly came according to those early sources. If other rabbis have reinterpreted it since then to mean something else, that's fine. But in Muhammad's day, that is what he would have been familiar with. And Kabbalism, as it later developed, its full form is in the 13th century. However, the Gnosticism and the Merkabah mysticism is very old and was very well established by the 300s AD, as we'll talk a little bit more about the Merkabah mysticism that Muhammad is participating in a moment. But so Muhammad here is getting much desired news because he wants to know, I want this to be a boy, first of all, and I want to know that it's not my fault that they're girls. I believe that Muhammad had, for multiple reasons. First of all, there was a belief in that boys who were used as objects for men, for penetration, were emasculated by that. And even if they might grow up to take on a full male social role later, there is the issue that occurred anyway, that it had occurred, that he had been that. And thus, might that be the reason why he seems to have a hard time having sons and maybe having children at all? As I've explained before, I think that his daughters were probably conceived through surrogacy, male surrogacy. And so he's very insecure about this. And one reason that he would be really insecure is, again, from the Jews of the time. In Nida 28a, it expresses the belief that males occur when mothers emit their semen, their seed first, and females when fathers emit their seed first. So if you have premature ejaculation, essentially, then you'll have girls. And if you don't, then you'll have boys. If you lack self-control or lack the ability to summon enough maleness that it takes you a while to assemble all the maleness to then impart upon your wife. If you can't do that, then you'll have girls. And one of the rabbis said, I could have only sons if I had so wanted, because I am that good in bed, basically is what he's saying. But I chose to have daughters too.
Very plausible. Very plausible.
Muhammad is being told that it is Allah who creates mankind, the species men, from a blood clot, that he's the cause. He is the one who has this power. This force, who's not yet actually named Allah, but this force is telling him, hey, it's up to me what kids are. It's not up to you. And you also have Aristotle, who says that the female arise from a developmental error due to lack of semen, premature ejaculation, which matches the Talmud in that way. The semen is a catalyst, and it stills the substance of the mother, the principle of the soul, or / baby, which is the same thing. The growing baby actualizes that soul. Now, Islam does not agree with that. It agrees instead with the idea of a soul that is pre-existent, that's placed into a body, as we will see. Then we have Galen, both female and male principles exist in the seeds in both males and females, and the state of the semen pump ejaculation, also varying womb conditions account for male versus female development. And so this here, Muhammad's being told, it's a common belief, it is a settled science of the time that your prowess and your masculinity affects whether or not you have boys or girls. And that's not true. It's me, I am the one who created, and so I'm the one who's deciding this. Don't worry about it. Mm-hmm. So that Tafsir al-Qurtubi says very clearly, from a clot, meaning from blood. It's a blood clot. It means blood clot. The word is blood clot. It means blood clot. It doesn't mean anything else other than a blood clot. So it is important.
So frankly,
that's what it is.
Frankly, does have a valid question here. As painful as it is to say that this is a valid question, it actually is completely valid. No, it's up to you, frankly, just because the nature of the question. Was premature ejaculation a thing that men worried about during that time? I figured they wouldn't care about being good as long as they were getting their rocks off.
Okay, premature ejaculation is usually accompanied with less enjoyment, let us say, because it's over very fast. But also there is the issue that the idea is that it takes you an amount of time to assemble your male essence. And if you don't have enough male essence to assemble, like excess male essence, because you are low in male essence, then you cannot send it to your wife for her to make a boy out of, because you lack male essence. So premature ejaculation was associated with a lack of having masculinity in yourself. You have enough masculinity to make yourself male, but then you've used it all up. You don't have any extra to send and make another baby boy. And so this girlness, her femaleness dominates your maleness, and her femaleness is way greater than your maleness and overtakes it essentially.
And that's definitely a problem, because having girls is not desirable during the time period. I mean, not
right.
My opinion, during the time period. Libel says, recent answers, can you please demonstrate the maleness stuff Mary is talking about?
It's out of control here.
Come on. All right, back to the presentation.
All right, so there is an interesting point that this was so much the settled science that Veronica Roth notes that the apocryphal Wisdom of Solomon, which is from the 1st century AD, it also contains, it's not from Solomon's time, it's not recording anything from Solomon, it's a new composition that is attributed to Solomon in the 1st century. It contains a passage referencing this, and it's not divine revelation here, rather it's a reference to Solomon's own lowly origins. He's like everyone else. I am immortal like all others, and a descendant of the firstborn of the earth, was formed as the flesh in the womb of my mother in 10 months, congealed in the blood of man's semen and the lust that comes with sexual intercourse. And notice that man's semen is also equated to blood here as well, because semen and blood were considered to be the same substance in different forms. And when I was born, I breathed in the air common to all, fell to the earth as all men do, weeping the first sound in the same way. So apparently nobody caught him. That kind of sucked. But anyway, he was born, and he was just like any other human being. I was brought up in swaddling clothes and given all sorts of care, for no king had any other beginning of his life. Everyone has the same entrance into life and also the same exit. Thank you, but I was caught. I was not dropped to the earth. But anyway, therefore I pleaded, and understanding was given to me. I called upon God, and the spirit of wisdom came to me. I valued her above scepters and thrones, and I counted wealth as nothing compared to her. That's wisdom. I set her like a priceless gem, because all gold is like sand next to her, and silver is considered as dumb compared to her. I loved her more than a priceless gem. Whoops. I loved her more than health and well-being, and I preferred to use her as a lamp because the light that comes from her never goes out. At the same time, all the goods came to me with her, and inestimable wealth was in her hands. I delight in all because wisdom is their guide, but I didn't yet know that she was also the author of it. I learned it without any ulterior motive. I shared it without envy. I did not hide its wealth, for it is a never failing treasure to men, by means of which those who use to gain the friendship of God, being well recommended to him because of the gifts that came with them through education. But may God grant me to speak according to my purpose and to consider what is bestowed upon me, because he is also the guide of wisdom and the improver of the wise. For in his hands are we, our words, and every understanding and knowledge of art. For he has given me a correct knowledge of things, so that I know the system of the world and the power of the elements. And at the end here, you have that little hint of a secret things, the correct knowledge of things. And it's funny that I know the correct things, but I also think that I'm made out of a blood clot. It's kind of amusing here in this apocryphal section. But you can see how accepted it is that that's just how things are. You're made from a blood clot. And what's new here is that he's saying that, hey, the God's in charge of this, not you. Your God, your Lord is the one in charge of this, not you.
So a couple of things real quick here. Sir Dr. Waitman says, how many people had blood coming out of their pee-pee for it to be compared to semen? A lot of prostate cancer. And no, they wouldn't have gotten the idea that one of the stages of development is a blood clot because they mistook it for semen. They would take, miscarried fetuses and see them looking like clots of blood, and that's how they would have determined that. So just to answer that question for you, Morkay has a very important question. Can you imagine too many Marys giving her sons the scholarly birds and bees talk?
Oh, I give them quite the talk with illustrations of venereal diseases, like photographs, horrific photographs of venereal diseases. You want to see someone without a face because of syphilis? Come to Mary's Birds and Bees talk. That's the older version. The younger version, we just have a much more sanitized thing. But you hit 14, you get some syphilis faces, guys.
Oh, that's so classic. So Nina has a valid question. I want to know if this blood clot is from the loins of a man and the ribs of a woman, or is this a contradiction?
No, it's the same thing. I covered that in my embryology lesson, how they believe that the liquid of that forms the child in women are actually produced in the breasts and either come out as milk for a baby or gets redirected to build a baby in the womb. And it's not the loins of the man, it's the backbone of the man. And there's an odd view of the backbone as a purification area for semen too. So I'll be back.
All
Just
right.
a second.
Yep, no worries.
I've got to get another one. I'm dying.
Read some of these comments that I've saved. So Zaid Ali has left the chat, but he did tell you this before he did and told us that he had to go away and get some coffee. The big issue here, the most of the followers are not knowing the conception of Islam, and on the other hand, they're criticizing a religion which they have no idea about. It's odd. I'm not interested in criticizing a religion which I have no idea about. You should do as I do. Well, Zaid Ali, actually, I don't go around criticizing religions I have no idea about. You will not find me spending any time criticizing, say, Hinduism on this channel, because I have very minimal knowledge of Hinduism. Obviously, if Christianity is the truth, then Hinduism is false. And I have good reason to believe Christianity is the truth, but I don't have any particular knowledge about Hinduism, so I don't go around talking about it. Unfortunately for you, however, Mary and I both have extensive knowledge about Islam, and thus we are allowed to criticize it by your own standard. And he also told us that he's never read the entire Bible in his life, so even I would respect it for no reason. Well, maybe you should get a reason to respect it by actually reading it. But then he told us that I forgot that I live in a democratic country, allowed people free speech. So apparently, because in a democratic country, free speech is allowed, and by the way, those two don't actually go hand in hand. You could have free speech in a non-democratic society, or you could have restricted speech in a democratic society. Democracy means you have the right to vote for your leaders. It doesn't tell you anything about free speech. Anyway, apparently by having free speech, that means we're supposed to not criticize anyone, which
That's hilarious.
which is made by this clear. If you're, I said we do have free speech, and I'm practicing right now. And he said, "Why do you insulted Quran throughout your screen channel, people? Screen channel front people." And that is not called free speech. So if you insult the Quran, that is not free speech. And then he said some comments, which I forgot to grab one, but he said some comments about how horrific people are who insult one another. And I explained to him that actually the pinnacle of free speech, what kind of speech is the most important to protect? Speech that everyone likes? No. Unpopular speech, such as criticizing others, is the most important kind of speech to protect. And then he says, you're garbage. So he says, if you insult someone, you are evil and not following free speech. And then he insults me.
That's amazing. Dog cam's back up, by the way.
All right, I'll get that added back in.
With sad ears. He's got sad ears. Whoops.
Oh, he's looking up at the camera.
Now it's just a nose. All right. He's like right there. All right.
Yeah, let's see if I can get you a better picture of him. There you go. See. He's like grooming himself
buddy.
or something.
Hi. There.
Yeah, and now
Sad
get up to the
face.
camera.
Sad face.
Alrighty.
There we go. There's your moment of sad waffles face. All right, buddy. Okay. So, declaim, and your Lord is the most generous. And this also implies, without actually promising, that he's going to get the son he wanted, by the way. Because if he is the most generous, then you'll get the son that you wanted. But what's interesting here is that this is an actual legitimate superlative. So there is a comparative. One is bigger than the other. An adjective, which is just it's big, and then the superlative, which is it's the biggest. And huge amounts of time in Islam, there's just an adjective or a comparative when you would think that there would be the superlative. So sometimes it says Allah is a knower. It doesn't even say Allah is the knower. Or it says like Allahu Akbar, Allah is greater. It doesn't say Allah is the greatest. He's just greater. He's greater than what? He's greater than a lot. And in actual historical fact, Allahu Akbar is a pre-Islamic phrase about Allah being even greater than Allah, Allat, who was called Allah. Allat is great, is what they used to say about Allat. So Allah is greater is compared to Allat. So you have all of these things. A lot of the times whenever it says, oh, and your Lord is most merciful, it actually just says merciful. He's just merciful. But here you have an actual legitimate superlative, so I thought it was worth calling it out. Now, grammatically, it could be your Lord, your generous Lord is the one who, in the next line. But there are other instances with this construction where the second noun must be the predicate and not the adjective, which leads us to suggest that this al-Karim, it's your Lord al-Karim, comes right after it. And so because the connecting, there is no linking verb in Arabic, that is slanted because it isn't in the Arabic. You can read the is either as belonging to connecting Lord and most generous, or generous could be describing Lord, and then the implied is could be later on. But because the pattern appears to be more commonly the one that is actually the more common, the normal translation, and your Lord is the most generous, it probably actually is, and your Lord is the most generous. For all of you, all three of you grammar nerds out there who care about that. But
well, thank you for informing three members of our audience. I
yes,
really appreciate
sorry
that.
about that. It's interesting to me. I like grammar. All right. So now the Lord of this section is generous, and that's also the name given to the Quran in the Quran. The Holy Quran is a usurpation of Christian terminology for the Bible. It's stealing from Christians. It does not belong properly to the Quran in any sense whatsoever. It is Al-Quran Al-Karim, and that is a proper Quranic and Islamic term. It's usually mistranslated as a noble Quran instead of the generous Quran because it's just kind of like, why is the Quran generous? As if the Quran has will rather than being imbued with nobility, right? But that is what it's called, the generous Quran. That is why I believe Usama Dadok actually writes his as the generous Quran, and that's a big point that he makes. It's not noble, it's not holy, it is generous. So, and here's an example of Al-Quran Al-Karim, and then mistranslated, the noble Quran, which is funny. Now, the next verse, next two verses, we're going faster now, we're picking up speed. We're halfway through. So the next two verses further identifies Allah here, the one who taught by the pen, and it could be another name. The one who taught by the pen might be a second name. First, we have the one who created, and then again, in 4, it might be a second name. The one who taught by the pen might be a second time that he's been given a name. He taught mankind what he did not know. He taught mankind what they did not know. Very important here. So, who teaches writing? Ask any pagan. Who teaches writing? That would be the god of writing teaches writing. This is a very pagan concept. And it's not only pagan, but it's Hermetic especially. Now, Hermeticism was very popular during this period. It was very well known. This is not something that, you're going all the way back to the ancient Egyptians. Like the ancient Egyptian civilization was done and dusted. It's over with. It's finished. Finished, boy. Totally done. Why are you bringing up something that nobody would know about? No, the Gnostic Hermetic literature was very widely circulated at this time. And in this context, the thrice blessed Hermes is equated to Thoth of the Egyptians. So Thoth of the Egyptians is the same thing as Hermes of the Greeks, according in this, it's a Greco-Romano-Egyptian context, very specific to the Roman Empire in Egypt at this time that this idea was developed. And in this, Hermes/Thoth, he becomes demoted to an Übermensch, like the Superman. He's this Buddha-like character who has ascended beyond ordinary mankind through Gnostic revelation. He is the truly enlightened one. He is not the absolute, he's not the God, but he transcends mortality. He knows the absolute and he transmits it to his disciples. His disciple is most often Asclepius in the in dialogues that were written in Hermetic literature. And the pagan gods, according to these texts, they are wise men or kings who became wrongly worshipped and became considered to be gods when they really weren't. At best, they were people who had achieved this true knowledge, this true enlightenment, and had the powers of Gnosticism all unlocked, like Hermes does here. Where it gets really interesting is that Thoth is the Egyptian god of writing and the moon, and he's the one who weighs the heart against a feather in the underworld. So we have this moon connection, a writing connection, and an underworldly connection whenever we have in this first revelation in a cave one who taught by the pen. He is also in this the enlightener of the Gnostic seeker. Hermes is the enlightener of the Gnostic seeker. So if you are seeking enlightenment in a Gnostic-y way, and Merkaba mysticism was imbued with Gnosticism, then you'd be going after this Thoth Hermes figure. So Mohammed, who is in a cave, again, underworld, is seeking a divine encounter using a mystical Gnostic Jewish practice. And he is one whose high god has been Allah Hubal Wad. And Wad is a god of the moon. And he gets a Gnostic god of the pen on the other end of his mystical practices. Now, I'm going to argue here that it's no coincidence that Hermetic literature was the first full translation into Arabic. The first time that the Muslims took any book in whole and translated into Arabic, it was Hermetic literature. It was these dialogues. It was these books. Those are the first books that were translated. And I should say they remain staple books in Islamic libraries. Part of your religious library, if you were a very knowledgeable Muslim, would be to have this Hermetic pagan literature. Why? Because it truly is deeply entwined even with this beginning of Islam. Anyone who read the Hermetic literature and then went to the one who was taught by the pen, he taught mankind what he did not know, would go, ooh, I recognize this. What's even more interesting is that Idris was Hermes, according to Islam. Idris, meaning Enoch, was Hermes. And so Hermes / Idris came in 3 forms, one of which is an Enoch of the Bible. So, who was taught by the pen? Al-Qurtubi gives 3 possible answers. Mujahid narrated on the authority of Abu Omar, who said, Allah bless him and grant him peace. I guess Allah needs to grant himself peace. He created 4 things with his hand, and he said to all the living creatures, be, and they were. The pen, the throne, the garden, and the garden of Advent, meaning the garden of Jannah is what it means. And Adam. So the 4 things Allah created with his own hand are the pen, the throne, Jannah, and Adam. That's how important this was. Now, as to the what the pen was used for, the one who taught by the pen, there are 3 opinions about who taught him with the pen. The first one, this was Adam. Adam was the one who was first taught to write. He was the first to write. Ka'b al-Ahbar said this. So a Jew said that Adam was the first. Ka'b was originally a Jew. He converted to Islam, but he took a lot of Jewish traditions and just relayed them. So Jewish tradition actually does say that Adam was the first to write according to rabbinical tradition. And so he just relayed this. Here's the one that's unique to Islam. Al-Dawah said that it is Idris. Hermes is the first to write. Enoch, Hermes, Idris, this combined figure that is unique to Islam, where Idris is equated to this Hermes. He's the first to write because he is the one who achieves this knowledge of the absolute. He's the first to receive the great enlightenment, and he becomes the one who receives the pen and then distributes it to others. Now, others say that Allah is actually talking about everyone who writes with the pen, because no one was taught except by the teaching of Allah, because Allah taught someone first and then it was transmitted ever since then. Then it comes through Allah. And yeah, so forget the pen. Why didn't he use a printer? Well, this is a very specific term. Kalam is very specific, and it means a writing reed. So a cuneiform would not be included. A brush wouldn't be included. It's only a reed. It's not a generic term. It's a specific term, by the way. So it's extra funny. So, but notice that apparently this doesn't include women, because Muhammad said, may the peace and blessings, Muhammad said, do not let your women live in rooms and do not teach them how to write. And in the an explanation is to given about living in rooms. It means rooms of their own. They aren't to have multiple chambers of their own, and especially ones that have windows from which they could look at men and be seen. So don't give them like big spaces of their own with multiple rooms and stuff. They should only live in small places. So quit giving them nice places to live, and especially not places where they can see and be seen. And also, don't teach them how to write. So apparently, the ones who are included in a law being responsible for teaching writing does not include women because they're not supposed to be taught how to write.
You mean
It's
women
also,
aren't allowed to do anything that men do?
yeah,
I
pretty
thought
much.
that they were equally valued in Islam.
Not even half a brain. Not even half a brain. I guess this is part of their lack of intelligence is that they're not supposed to be taught to write. So,
Well,
oh,
I think actually you nailed it there, because if you tried, they just couldn't pick it up anyway. So it's a waste of time to even try. So don't do it. As we can see, there aren't any women in the world today who know how to write. So it would have been a waste of time to teach women how to write back then.
yep. So if you distract on this live stream, you will be blocked if you're being ridiculous. So,
Oh,
Max,
look,
new
Max came
person.
back with a
Yeah,
new
he came
name
back.
and totally fooled us by saying random someone. I told that idiot, atheist troll, King Max, 5 times to get on topic. That the subject of the stream is not what does King Max think about religion, but rather Surah 96. And he said, I don't know anything about Surah 96. I just came here to say that Jesus is fake. Well, you're acting like a 6-year-old child. You're treated like one and put in timeout. And
Yep.
coming back with another username isn't going to fool anyone, you moron. Maybe because you're 6 years old, you think that it's that easy to fool, but we're not.
Yeah. So Allah's pen actually completely disproves Islam because notice that I had said that kalam is a specific type of pen. It is a writing reed. The word's borrowed from Greek kalamos through the Ethiopic. So the very word challenges Islamic theology, which asserts that the eternal preserved tablets contain the Quran and all revelation, and also all things that will ever happen are written as well by Allah at the beginning, and that the Quran is written in Arabic. This was the first thing that happened once Allah's throne was hovering above the waters, uh, and the pen's even said to be created before the throne by some people, right? So there was this controversy of the Arabiya versus Shuqabiya, and the Shuqabiya were the ones who said that it doesn't matter whether or not you talk to Allah, if you in Arabic or anything else, what matters is the meaning of the surahs, for example. What matters is not whether or not somebody is ethnically Arab at all. Arabic itself is not a privileged language, but just happens to be the one in which the last revelation is given. Arabiya side, the Arabic side, the Arabiya side said no, Arabiya is the language of Allah. It is the eternal language of Allah. It is the language of Jannah. It is the language of creation. It was the first language. It was the language. However, many words in the Quran itself, including the word pen, are not native to the Arabic language, and they were brought in at a certain period of time. The word developed in Greek and then was brought into Arabic later. So that gives you some questions that you have to ask. Did Allah's heavenly language from eternity past also include Greek words? Okay, how much of that Greek is heavenly? Did Allah ordain that certain words form in Greek in order for it to be borrowed into the heavenly language so that it could arrive and receive, and so that it could the heavenly language could become fully developed and the Quran could be received by people, because the Quran can't be received until people understand what it means. So these eternal non-Arabic words are eternally Arabic. I just want you guys to keep this in mind. So the very presence
Well,
of
we
these
know that
loan words,
originally all language was Arabic and other languages
yes,
derived from it. So
right,
I
and that's
it
what's
fits.
supposed to happen. But
Mhm.
well, other languages are not supposed to be derived from it. It's supposed to be Tower of Babel. Other people got confused, but the elite kept the best language, the original language, the true language of God. But none of that's true.
Oh, none of
Arabic
it's true.
developed over
Oh.
time into what it was. And it borrowed things from other languages. So if this is the eternal perfect Arabic, pure perfect Arabic, then that means that there's pure Arabic that isn't even Arabic. Like it's completely nonsensical. And it is a ridiculous position. And this is just something that you're not supposed to think about. So the word Quran is actually Arabic, guys. And it's derived from the ikra, the same thing that's said before, the declaim word, the read or recite, and it is a native Arabic word. People who want to say that, oh, it's the same thing as the word for liturgy in Syriac, no, it is a cognate. It's natively Arabic. It actually is a native Arabic word, but Syriac has the same word natively through its own path that's slightly different. And again, because it's a reading or a declamation or a proclamation, it has just whacked in the face. It has a uh, a usage in the liturgy. It makes sense for the liturgy to be called something that's declaimed.
Jason
So
says Arabic developed, unlike Aisha, when Muhammad
that's
married her.
brutal. That is brutal.
I did have two other comments that I wanted to get real quick. Here from Sir Dr. Whitemeat, give Alon a left-handed pen and see how weak Alon is.
And we're proud of that.
I'm going to take my dog out. I've got
Hmm
to
hmm
chain him up because I have visitors staying, so he would want to
Yep,
keep them. So I have to go and chain him.
yep. I'll hold down the fort for a minute here. Andrew said it's more efficient to write Arabic with your left hand, but Allah has two right hands. And I think that's probably true since Arabic's left to right language. I feel like it would be easier to write Arabic with your left hand. But you see, this is the miracle. Allah manages to do it even though he has two right hands, and it's slightly more difficult. So there you go. And Talmudic Tunnels Construction Incorporated says Allah is the greatest of scribblers.
We are proud of that.
Who would not be proud of Allah's scribbling? I challenge anyone to find greater scribbling than his. Nissan Addict says, in reference to earlier when that troll called me garbage, he says, I'm a garbage can, not a garbage cannot. So just so you know, he is a garbage can not. Or I mean, he is not a garbage cannot. That's a lot of knots. And random comment from more K here. Muhammad ran like a jinn out of hell to his house. I love that. Love that comment. Also, random comment from more K. Did you know that Pepto Bismillah causes vomiting and diarrhea of the brain? Great puns today. Great puns today. Super chat from Joshua Wooden.
I can't answer this question in a 20-minute interview, nor is it wise to do so, which is why I never brought this topic up myself. You will not find one lecture of mine about this issue. It should never be brought up in public. And I don't like these idiots, and they are idiots, wallahi. This is not something you discuss amongst the masses, ya akhi. It's not wise. I encourage anybody who is really interested to go deep to take the class. I do this class. It'll be 1 year later.
So I should have waited till Mary was back because I actually had no idea how to answer this question, but that's okay. There was a super chat early, or attempted a super chat earlier, which YouTube blocked. So, oh, good, Mary's back. Maybe she can answer this question after all. All right, so Mary, well, there's a question here from Joshua Wooden. He says, good stuff as usual. You too. I have a question. What's the Quran mean by Lya? Lya? Is that like the letters or pronunciation? When did we add Bible punctuation?
I think he means Aya, maybe?
Oh, that could be a capital I suppose. That could be Iya. Yeah, I don't know what this means. My apologies. I'm not sure what you're getting at. I mean, I searched. There isn't an Arabic word that's transliterated that way,
Yeah.
whether L or I. All right. Well, neither one of us can figure
Anyway,
out what
so
you meant by that question, but
so
as far as punctuation goes, that's going to it definitely. So just to be clear, definitely both the Greek and Hebrew text didn't originally have punctuation. They didn't even have spaces for that matter. English spaces
Hebrew
is an
had spaces.
innovation in
Yeah.
language, believe it or not.
Hebrew had spaces, Greek did not. Hebrew needed spaces early on because it didn't because without vowels you need the spaces, but Greek's like, yeah, who needs spaces? Like because you had all the vowels in.
Hmm.
So there aren't the readings are not there are not as confusing possibilities in the Hebrew as there is in the Arabic because the Arabic is poetic, and so there are some irregularities in the marking that you would never expect from if you were just looking at the rasa. You would never expect certain changes to be there. Certain weirdnesses. The word order is so odd, but the Hebrew was intended to be, primarily read, and so was written in a way that's usually easy to understand. There are very few places, and there are places where there are difficulties in understanding. It's like we're not really sure quite what this means, but we have very early traditions about what it means in early translations that occurred before Christianity. And so they captured understanding at a certain point in time before Christianity came on the scene, which is important. The Septuagint is a very important witness for the meaning of the text. So
Yeah, I mean, so obviously you're not used to seeing sentences written without spaces. But if you take an English sentence, assuming you're a native speaker, and I don't know, but assuming you're a native speaker of English or whatever language that you're a native speaker of, you take out all the spaces, you probably won't have very hard time figuring out what the sentence says. And that's with the language not being designed for that purpose, right? Not usually being done that way. Your brain not used to it seeing it that way. So just because there weren't spaces and there wasn't punctuation doesn't mean that people didn't know the way to, or what the, it doesn't mean that it was normally difficult to figure out what the sentence mean. Although there are a couple places in the Hebrew text where the author intentionally takes advantage of this. And if you shift everything by one letter, it has a different but compatible meaning, which is kind of cool. Anyway, like it's an intentional poetic feature of the text. If you
yeah,
want, I don't know if poetic's technically the right word, but it's an intentional linguistic wordplay type deal going on by the author.
yep. So continuing on, uh, here's a whole section. I'm going to read it in my translation aloud so that you kind of understand what's going on here and why this grammar is so bizarre. Declaim in the name of thy Lord, the one who he created mankind from a blood clot. Declaim, and your Lord is the most generous, the one who taught by the pen. He taught mankind what he did not know. So, what's actually happening is ikra, like kal, which means say, a direction, but also part of the text. If Muhammad's being told, if it's a direction and part of the text, who is Muhammad calling thy? He should say, in the name of my Lord. If he's being told to say, declaim, in the name of my Lord, and then if you ignore that entirely, if it just says, in the name of thy Lord, the one who created, then you don't even know why al-Rab is in the third person at all, he. So the speaker here can't be al-Rab because al-Rab is not first person. And the one who is supposed to be the speaker proclaiming is not Muhammad because he's not saying I when speaking about himself. It's an unmarked third party who's speaking to Muhammad. And it's his words. It's the words of that unmarked third party. It's not the words of Allah. It is not words of Allah that Muhammad is supposed to say in the first person. Now, it's important to note that there's a very big difference between the Bible and the Quran when it comes to the way in which that's supposed to come about, how the text is supposed to be. The Quran is supposed to be essentially automatic writing. It is a syllable by syllable dictation of Allah, which corresponds closely with jinn possession stories in Arab culture. So a jinn would possess someone and that person would speak as the jinn. In contrast, the Bible freely moves between direct and indirect quotations. So the prophet learns something from God, and the prophet says, God said, I such and such and such and such. And then he'll say, and he will da 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 da, because the prophet here is speaking in both direct quotations and indirect quotations. It also moves freely between speaking about God and to God, especially in the Psalms. And that's because its content is inspired, but the specific syllables being uttered mostly come from the intermediary, from the prophet. For example, if I'm telling you a story about what my mother told me to do, I can say, hey, my mom said, you and I, should go to the store quickly. She said, it's going to close in a moment. That second part is a direct quote. The first part is an indirect quote. And it can be 100% accurate and truthful, even though only one of them is a direct quote. Now, I have also had an experience where, a personal experience, where God gave me information that I did not know that may have saved someone's life. And when that happened, I did not get words in my head. I didn't get a non-word human thought, which has a beginning, a middle, and an end. It's something that develops. Instead, I got a fully fledged knowledge kernel just dropped in my head. This is the truth. This is where that person is. This is where the searchers need to go. And I turned around and I told the searchers where to go, and they found the person there immediately. So, and I had confidence that this was from God because of something else that had happened previously that was nearly identical but was on something trivial. So it really confused me. Like, why would God give me this sudden knowledge about something that, the life of the sparrow essentially level of thing, even though I cared about it as a child? Why would God tell me this? Well, then, because of that experience and that being true, I had confidence then that made me turn and say to the searchers, go here, find the person here before it gets dark and they freeze to death. And they found the person there. So in my experience, when I said the person is in such and such a place, I was using my words in English to transmit knowledge that was given to me in something that wasn't words. And so, because I happen to have that experience myself, I can see what kind of experience the prophets might have when God gives them knowledge, and then as inspiration comes to make scripture. Mine was not scripture and had no effect beyond that moment. As soon as the person was found, it was not useful in any way. But I can see how that unique expression through a knowledge that isn't yours, that's dropped into your head, would develop and would become, and how it would be shaped. But that's not what the Quran is. The Quran is supposed to be in the same format as jinn-possessed poets, where the jinn is speaking through the poet, but it's supposed to be through the isnad of Allah speaking to Jibril, who speaks to Muhammad, who speaks to the people. So
Karen asked, she says, thank you for covering this. I find the grammar crazy. Who is talking to whom? And Mary is running away. She doesn't want to answer that question. It's too difficult. So we'll just have to wait for a second to get your answer there, Karen. But while Mary is running away, Sir Dr. Whitemeat about the Zayed Ali says, we got a fascist here who is against free speech because it triggers their feelings, apparently, right? He said, "You live in a democracy. You can't insult me. That's against free speech." Weird stuff. Weird stuff. So, Mary, did you hear the question, or do I need to
No, you gotta
read
repeat
it?
it. Sorry, I had a knock on my door.
Oh, sure. Excuses, excuses. You ran away because you had a knock on your door. So Karen says, who is talking to whom in this
Yeah,
passage? Because the grammar doesn't seem to make sense.
right. And the grammar doesn't make sense. So there has to be a third party who is, it's his words. It's the words of the unnamed third party. If this is Jibril coming to him, these are Jibril's words. These are not Allah's words. Because he says to Muhammad, declaim in the name of thy Lord, the one who created. So it's this third party talking to Muhammad about Allah. There are three parties in this conversation, and the words themselves come from that third party that is not Muhammad, who is the subject of, or who is being spoken to, and it's not al-Rab, who is being spoken about. So person number 3 is speaking to Muhammad about al-Rab. And that makes it not the kind of text that that Muhammad later asserts that the Quran essentially is. It's something else.
And we do have another very important question for you from John Wilson. Is that a picture of a Muslim sitting at the flooded Kaaba?
And well, I was trying to make AI create Allah sitting on the throne with the floating pen and scroll and everything, and that just did not work. So apparently, this is Allah sitting cross-legged on a very odd thing floating and writing because he can't disorder the pen to write because AI art does not understand it.
Oh, that's awesome. And then amazing comment from Borzai fan says, "Hey guys, don't ban me, but every time I come to a live stream, I just keep spamming. Satan will rape your ear when you sleep." A very funny way
He peed
of
in your
making
ear.
fun
He
of the
peed
atheist,
in your ear.
right? Who just
You
wants to
have to get
change
it
the
right.
subject.
It's urine. I don't know whether or not he's into that kind of stuff, but it's urine.
Mhm. I mean, Satan is omnipresent and omnipowerful in Islam, but he's just totally a created being who is nothing to worry about. Makes sense.
And so I wanted to talk about the name Allah. Where is this God named Allah? And there are passages, the passages with the word Allah are not the earliest. The monotheistic God of Muhammad early on is just called Al-Rab, the Lord. Nor would an Allah here in some of these disprove this because most of the early surahs with Allah in the middle of early sections, they have the name as part of obvious contradictory insertions that retcon fatalism into Muhammad's early free will teaching. So there'll be an entire section and then just like this extra thing shoved in there that contradicts the sentence before because because he changed his theology and he's trying to make the old stuff like the new stuff. So Allah's name suddenly appears there. There's also the fact that Allah is the most common word that has to be inserted into manuscripts to get it to conform with the caliphate sponsored text in all the early manuscripts. There are many insertions of the name Allah. Whenever before it says he did such and such, you have to add Allah as the he and giving that name because it didn't have the name. Why would it be lacking all of these Allahs? Because Allah is later recited into texts that originally didn't have his name. It's the only reason you'd have so many. They're just missing.
Yeah, well, to be
Now,
clear, if someone's copying a manuscript by hand, they can accidentally skip a word. But if they're going to skip a word, why is it Allah over and over and over
yep,
again? Uh, in places where the sentence would still be grammatical without a subject, because of the way Arabic works, you can
right.
either have a subject or you can have an unlisted subject, which then becomes he. So it would work without Allah there.
And then the third thing that happens is that early surahs do often contain entire sections that are later, even much later. And that is what happens with the rest of this. of Surah 96 that we're about to go through. So you have to understand why there would be one section of a surah, then another, then another. Why are there these breaks in these sessions of revelation? So Muhammad would shake and sweat, and then he would produce one or more ayat at a time. So he would give a certain section, not the entire surah at once. He would also start doing a surah and then start shaking and stuff, and then insert something suddenly into it. He would do that as well. Each ayah is supposed to be a self-contained miracle. The rhyme usually self-marks them as being an entire ayah because it has a rhyme at the end, although there are occasionally these unrhymed orphan ayah that don't have anything around them that rhyme anymore. Thus far as I have been working, a change in rhyme ending has always marked a change in revelation. Like it's always shown, it's always had other topical indications that there's a change, a lapse in time, a different place, a different context. It's possible that I will find at some point something that's like, no, this is definitely given at the same time. But as I have been working, it seems very consistent that a new rhyme is a new revelation in time. Now, sudden changes in ayat length usually also mark a different revelation. So if it's been da 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 that really long one in there was shoved in there almost always. Like that's something that happens when Muhammad got really annoyed by someone or just was, I guess, bored of doing poetic things and just jams in this paragraph right in the middle of something fairly short. So, sudden contradictions or emendations also often mark different revelations. So if it says one thing and then the next sentence is like totally reverses the thing that's just been described, a lot of times that is that marks something that came later, and sometimes it is actually recognized and written that this next ayah is an abrogation of what happened before. So, and we will eventually get to some of those where Allah tells people to do stuff and then Allah changes his mind in the next sentence. That was revealed considerably later. It's officially an official revelation. And again, I couldn't get a good burnous on him. Instead, he got like a hoodie, a really weird, like modern hoodie. But here's Muhammad with his cloak pulled over his head somewhat. And we actually have a cloak pulled over Muhammad's head in a really interesting way a little bit farther on, which remember that this is a Merkaba mysticism thing. I guided you guys last time to Islam Critiques channel, and he talks in detail about the Merkaba mysticism practices, and we actually have a reference in this ayah to somebody being offended by him doing this Merkaba mysticism stuff. Very interesting.
So John Wilson says that Mary just graped my ear. Well, that's not very nice, Mary. How dare you grape his ear? There were some references in chat that is related to, but I think you get the gist anyway.
Well, actually, I started out with a limerick rhythm. I just decided to do a limerick and then just a big paragraph shoved in between. There are hilarious ones. They are just hysterically funny. So Surah 96 really has 3 parts. 2 are very clearly recognized. The division between the last 2 are only sometimes recognized in some of the sources, but I think it's very clear. And would you save Latilintinal Jones's thing for later?
I already did.
Yep,
I did. It'll be at the end because it's not on topic, but I definitely want to comment on that.
Yep. All right. So the first 5 verses, it forms one continuous thought. It has ak and then rhymes. So actually, that this is a possibility in which it was given all at once, but it doesn't. But the vowel stays the same. Here's the important. The change in rhyme ending has always marked a change in revelation when the vowel changes. I should modify that. If the vowel stays the same, sometimes the rhyme ending is still the same part. if just consonants changed and not the vowel. But if it goes from a U to an A, it's every time that I have noticed so far, it has definitely been a change in Revelation. Um, this short AQ and short AM aren't different enough to the rhyming ear to really be hugely different. They are slightly different, but they're not big differences. And so that's part of that first uh, kind of that first part. But it does mark a slight change in subject.
That's slight. It doesn't matter.
Here.
You can't expect a perfectly clear word of
karam,
Allah to be
kalam.
consistent.
So you have your here. So this first one is totally self-contained, and then the second one is the So the first two are ak, and the second and the last three are So then 6 to 14 has a long A rhyme rather than the short AQ and AM, and that's just it's considered a different sound. It's from much later on, and all the Islamic scholars agree that it is because it involves Muhammad in conflict with the Quraysh, who don't recognize him, and it contains another number of technical religious words. That is my reasoning for saying, just at a glance, it's going to be late. They say that it's later in Mecca. It's Meccan, but it's later because of the specific person it involves. And Muhammad supposedly taught in secret in 3 years and then taught publicly for 10 years, and that requires it be later. But there are more reasons why we know when this happened. So,
Excellent. So
should be
yeah.
Aya. So
yes. So super chat from Joshua Wooden for context.
Early, and this is indeed a sign, yet most of them are not believers. Give alone to Allah, give alone to Allah. Ride the wings of Gabriel, give alone to Allah.
So Mary was correct when she guessed that you might have been trying to write ayah, which is the Islamic word for verse, basically.
Yeah, so a lot of times I'm saying it kind of English, which is ayah. People always say ayah, but it should be like ayah, not ayah. And I'm trying to switch over is hard for me because I first learned it from pure English speakers, right? But here is, so I said that the ayah just means a verse. So each verse is that line that ends in a rhyme, almost always ends in a rhyme. Sometimes you have little orphan ones and ones that just don't rhyme and break up, but it's almost always this statement that ends with a rhyme that becomes a verse, and it's supposed to be a miracle, and the word ayah means a sign or miracle. So I'm saying that the rhymes change between them, and Muhammad clearly mucked with a number of them, and other people mucked with them, and there was editorial work in them during the development of Islam. So I did talk about that. If you still have a confusion about what I'm trying to talk about, go ahead and put another clarifying statement.
Yeah,
I have full live chat on, and I should see it all.
Yeah.
But if
you have further questions, please do put them in there, and it doesn't have to be a super chat.
Yep.
But what Mary was saying is that the text has been edited. That's what she was saying. It's not like some mysterious grammatical feature or something. What she was suggesting is that the text changed over time.
So, in this next section, there's this long A rhyme that is very consistent. It doesn't change around. It's just all long A's. And then in the last section, which is 15 to 19, Muhammad is losing his temper. He's furious. There is one new rhyme, that a likely rhyme, which is the ATI/AT. If the unstressed final vowels don't matter in the rhyming. But then Allah gets so mad that the rhyme totally falls apart. And then Allah also forgets what person the section is in, whether or not it's in first person or third person, he just loses it in the middle. Now, 1 through 5 is definitely very early. However, 6 to 14 has to be after Surah al-Madiyah because of a hadith associated with it. and that puts it well into the Meccan period. There are even further elements that al-Abbas, he beat Abu Jahl, or Abu Jahl, uh, and like messed him up a lot because he was angry that his nephew had been insulted. And so al-Abbas is taking the position of the leader of the Hashemite tribe, excuse me, the Muhammad's tribe has a leader al-Abbas, and that indicates that it's very likely that Abu Talib is dead. That would put it after 619, but before the flight to Medina in 623. So that narrows that some more. But then uh, Mauda, it is Mauda, was Muhammad's scribe during this time, according to al-Qurtubi. So what does that mean? Mauda became a convert after the first pledge of Aqaba and before the second pledge of Aqaba, and we know when these dates are. So his date, he should have been the scribe in 621. So that narrows this entire thing down, collapses down to the date 621, which matches the detail about al-Abbas as well. It matches Abu Jahl being a main opponent. Everything meshes together if that's when this happened. It also brings in a very one more kind of curious element that we'll talk about later, seems to really be fitting for this period as well. Now, the target, someone is being verbally attacked and said nasty things about in 6 to 14, and then in 15 to 19, that target replies to the accusations of the previous ones, and then this is a response to the exchange that happens after the original denouncement. So he gets denounced in the Quran, and there seems to be an eluded of a conversation that is kind of compressed out, and then Allah supposedly reveals this other part with this missing exchange in the middle here. And so that's why suddenly there's this extra fury and almost incoherent. The end of this is almost incoherent, just in fury and just he's just screaming and angry. And the reason for the change in tone to much more violent and much more out of control is most likely because something happens there in the middle that we don't have because it's not part of the revelation of Allah. So he did it in rhymes because that is what you did when you were possessed by a jinn. And so this was the only type of divine writing that Muhammad knew about. So if there's going to be divine writing, what form is it going to be in? Oh, it's going to be like this, but not exactly like that, because then it would be poetry, which is definitely from the jinn, but almost like that. So take out the rhythm, which is the hard part anyway, and keep the rhyme, which is the easy part, especially the way he did it.
So with that, Libel has a very on-topic question. Why did he try to do rhymes? Does that make it easier to remember, or because he thought it sounds more elegant? So I would suggest, and Mary can correct me, but I would suggest that it's both a stylistic thing. It's considered a good way to write poetry, to do this kind of thing, but it also aids greatly in memorization, which is part of why it's good stylistically. So I would suggest, I wouldn't suggest that Mama had this conscious idea that he was doing it, but that is why the society.
It's why the poetry developed in the first place.
Exactly. Yeah.
But what you need to understand is that if it is purely oral, it is not fixed. This has been proven, and it's really interesting because the Shoemaker, I think Stephen Shoemaker, his book, which tries to prove that the Quran was originally composed, essentially almost fully composed by al-Hajjaj. What he proves instead is that its original form was dictated and written. So Stephen Shoemaker, I keep trying to call him Schumacher, like it's
he mocks
German.
the shoes.
Schumacher is the German form of the.
I know.
But, yeah.
Just being silly, Mary.
Yeah, sorry. I am so sleep deprived right now. But what he did successfully prove is the primacy of writing in the Quran to begin with. So yes, it does relate to memorization aid, but its level of helpfulness is a lot less than you probably think. So here is the full one. And I have here at the end of each one what the actual rhyme is, what's being rhymed, so you can kind of see the sections more clearly yourself. And so, it's declaim, and I'll go ahead and go through the whole thing one time. Won't go through the whole thing again, so that you guys can go back and reference this again as I'm talking about it. Declaim in the name of thy Lord, the one who created. He created mankind from a blood clot. Declaim, and your Lord is the most generous, the one who taught by the pen. He taught mankind what he did not know. Indeed, mankind, or a man, it means it's the same word, but the meaning is restricted to a man. I put mankind in parentheses because it's not a gendered word. It's not saying a male. But anyway, he taught a man what he did not know, or nay, indeed, a man surely transgresses, or man surely transgresses, that he sees himself rich or sufficient. Indeed, to thy Lord is the return. Do thou seest one who forbids a slave when he prays? Do thou seest if he, or it should be dost. Dost thou seest to the one who forbids a slave when he prays? Dost thou seest if he was upon the guidance or he enjoined weariness? Dost thou seest if he denied or lied and turned away? Is he not knowing that Allah sees? Surely if he is not desisting, surely we will certainly drag him by the forelock. A lying, sinful, or errant forelock. Then let him call upon his associates or cronies. We will call upon the Zabaniyat. Nay, do not be obeying him, but prostrate and draw near. So by the time of Surah 6, Allah is established. So that is the name for Allah. And this is not an interpolation in terms of the text, like Allah needs to be in here. Is he not knowing that Allah sees? That's inherent to that text. And it's quite deep into phase 2 of the Meccan period and of the first Meccan period by the earliest time. But also note all the technical vocabulary that's in red. This is frequent vocabulary that's used a lot in the Quran for has specific religious meanings. Like there's praying, and then there's salat, which is the bowing and the everything else, right? There's being guided, and then there's al-huda, right? It has a specific meaning. The guidance of Islam has this entire theological baggage along with it. Just like we might say, redeem a coupon and being redeemed by Christ, yeah, it's the same word. It has the same meaning to a certain extent, but there's a lot more baggage around the technical term redeem than there is around just a casual use of it with a coupon or whatever. All of these words have theological and technical baggage that surrounds them. And so this shows that this is a well-developed period in which there's a lot of technical words that are either being used or that are being introduced here, because this may be the first time for some of these being brought in. Now, this first section, it plays on the themes of seeing. First, one sees himself as being rich. And then Muhammad, dost thou seest, Muhammad is being challenged to see. And then at the end, Allah is the one who sees. So it's not particularly sophisticated, but it's kind of like if you're using one word or one idea and it's at top of mind, when you reach for more things, you reach at the top of the bag when you're writing. And you can do things and draw on things deliberately for effect, but a lot of times it's just because it's top of mind. You'll grab the same thing. And in fact, you might try to avoid it to avoid a certain repetitive effect. But in this poetry, that repetitive effect is generally desired. But notice that the rhyme is being established, but then it falls apart. You have an ati, and then all of a sudden you have a Yahoo. What is this Yahoo in
Yahoo!
here? Right. And then you have that ata which could be the ati, because that's a non-stressed final syllable. You could say that that one ties back to the earlier ati, and then ata is, you could say that maybe that's the same rhyme, but then you have arib at the end. Here, what's that? That doesn't rhyme with anything. So you have these wild, unrhymed things that are just hanging out. Why is it hanging out? Because Muhammad got angry and was so mad he wasn't even rhyming anymore. His rhymes fell apart. Now, it'd be really interesting if Allah's poetry gets worse whenever he's mad, but it's very expected that Muhammad's poetry gets much worse when he's angry and he forgets like what genre he's even in and what he's doing. So, but again, you should notice those thou for Muhammad, but also the third person Allah for Allah. So who's doing the talking here again? Who's asking Muhammad, dost thou seest? Who's asking him that if it says, is he not knowing that Allah sees? Because there's no we here. But then, and then, as he gets angrier, we get a we. We will certainly grab him by the forelock. So it switched from this third person to this first person plural. And the question is, why plural? Now, Muslims will tell you that there is a plural of majesty, but there is no plural of majesty with respect to verbs. And that's what this is. This is a multiple people acting in a verb. Now, does this mean that it's more majestic for multiple people to act inherently? This is not something that exists in any Christian or Jewish text as just a trait of the text that kings or whoever or God gets plurals of adjectives or verbs. But here it is in Arabic. It is a very common feature. It isn't a universal feature. Sometimes Allah forgets and goes I, but it's a very common feature. So now, who is the we and who speaks like that in Christian scriptures consistently? And you would say that, like, oh, that would be Legion, the group of demons who are possessing a man who then get cast into pigs. Is this a Legion here speaking with we? It's just an interesting point, because either you say that plurality is more majestic than singularity, or you say that maybe this is a group of demons, or you say that Muhammad himself is associating himself with Allah here and saying that we are the ones who are going to grab him, Allah and I. So that could also be an issue.
Mm-hmm. So we do have a comment from Euster in that this forelock is supposed to be one of the scientific miracles.
The scientific argument, the scientific miracles in the Quran is debunked.
And since it's with debunked, we don't have to address that. But yes, Muslims will say that it's miraculous that it's talking about the frontal lobe of the brain when people didn't know that's where your personality comes from. Yeah, and neither does the text, because it's literally talking about hair. You grab someone's hair.
We're gonna go into that. That's one of my that's one of my things. We're gonna talk about it.
Okay. Never mind.
Yep.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that. And Snoopy says that Yahoo seems to be around much longer than the internet. I don't know if you mean the company, since it was one of the original internet companies, or you mean the word.
The word.
I'm sure Mary probably knows where the word Yahoo comes from.
Yeah, Yahoo is like an ignorant, barbaric kind of person. Like, oh, that's just a Yahoo.
Mm-hmm. Isn't it coined by Gulliver's Travels? I thought it was coined by it.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's
that's
part of the made up horse language of
1700s.
Gulliver's Travels.
Yeah.
Is where the word comes from. And yes, that's what it comes to mean.
Yep. So now if we're moving on, I want to actually go through some of these technical terms. So
absolutely.
We have transgresses. Obviously, I'm not going to explain that. It's pretty obvious what transgresses means. Self-sufficient is literally just means rich, but Muhammad over time gives this a new meaning which means rich from self or independently wealthy and thus self-sufficient. So Allah is the one who is called the true rich or self-sufficient, whereas mankind just consider themselves to be rich slash self-sufficient. Now, all the reports agree that the him here, that the main person that this is being targeted at is Abu Jahl, whose real name is Amr ibn Hisham, and he was at this time in agreement with al-Nadr ibn al-Harith that Muhammad was a fraud. Now, al-Nadr was a dude from Taif who had studied in Persia. He had studied medicine in Persia. And so in Persia, he learned a lot of legends and things. And so he's coming back. He's like, this guy's just telling tales of the ancients. I can do the same thing. And Abu Jahl agrees with him that this is like totally fraudulent. He's also called Firan al-Ummah, the Pharaoh of his people. And this is very important because who is Pharaoh? He's the one who denied Moses. He's a Pharaoh. So Pharaoh was the Pharaoh of the Pharaoh's own people. Who are Pharaoh's own people? According to early Islam, it's the same people as Moses. Moses and Pharaoh are of the same people, and the division was only made by Pharaoh in the Islamic source, in the Quran. In the Quran, the people of Pharaoh and Moses are the same people. They are all the same ethnicity. They're the same tribe. They're the same race. They're the same relatives. They're all related. And they're the same people. Very important because, of course, in the Bible, they are the descendants of Israel who come in. They're not native Egyptians. But in the Quran, they're from the same people. And it explicitly says that Pharaoh is the one who divided his people into factions. And one of these factions is the faction that included Moses. And it's this theology of the leader being against the prophet from his own people that was part of what was supposed to be the truth that Muhammad was a true Moses, because they're from the same people. And he's going to his Pharaoh, who is Abu Jahl. That means father of ignorance, right? And but he was called Abu al-Hakam, which means the father of wisdom, to the Quraysh before Islam, and he was a leader of the Makhzum tribe. So he's the leader of this, of the richest tribe, who might not be necessarily the most noble in their relation to Qusay, but they are the wealthiest and most influential of the tribes there. Now, Muhammad had gotten in a fight with this man when they were youths, and it left Abu Jahl with a noticeable scar on his knee. So this is background that may influence this conflict. The fact that Muhammad scarred this man for life in a tussle at a table. Like they were sitting together at a table and there wasn't enough room for all of them, and they just got in a fight, and he ended up with a big scar on his knee for the rest of his life. Now, does brawling and leaving scars on people sound like the wonderful, peaceful, truthful Muhammad that we're supposed to believe in? No, but this is from Ibn Ishaq directly, and from other, there are other versions of this. Explained that his dead body was identified by the scar that Muhammad knew was on his knee, because Muhammad explained that he cut the future leader of the Makhzum tribe, because they were right about the same age. So the most coherent account, so there are a whole bunch of different accounts that are supposed to be about this, and only one of them specifically addresses the first part of this exchange, that's 6 through 14, where it's like, oh, mankind transgresses, that he sees himself rich, indeed, to thy Lord is the return. Dost thou seest the one who forbids, the slave when he prays? Dost thou seest who is upon the guidance, or is he enjoined to the weariness? Dost thou seest if he denied or lied or turned away? Is he not knowing that Allah sees? That big question and answer, or question and question section. Really no answer. there's only one narrative that picks up that portion, and it's the most coherent kind of start of this. And so it begins with Muhammad attacking him for not believing in him as a prophet. And then Abu Jahl says in response, "O Muhammad, you claim that whoever becomes rich commits transgression. So make the mountains of Mecca gold for us so that we may take from them and become transgressors, abandoning our religion and following your religion." Basically, that since you're saying that apostasy is wealth, well, we'll apostatize into your religion if you make us all wealthy. It's a challenge to produce a miracle, essentially. And he's just being a smart aleck about it. So Jibril comes. Yeah.
Sorry. Morke, did you say, can you explain number 5? Did he teach that Allah does not know, or what man does not know? The sentence is not clear. So More just wants to know what you mean by your sentence.
Well, the actual sentence is, here's the whole section. Declaim, and your Lord is the most generous, the one who taught by the pen. He taught mankind what he did not know. So he taught, and it doesn't say what the he is. It is ambiguous, but just because this is normal speech,
right.
You would understand that the man was the one who didn't know. Allah is not teaching what Allah doesn't know, or al-Harb isn't teaching what al-Harb doesn't know.
It's technically ambiguous, but you would understand that.
You would understand it. I won't beat him up for this. This is the way language works, but it is kind of funny if you're claiming that this is so perfect that it cannot be misunderstood. That sort of thing it would make it kind of funny.
As Muslims have told me, like, that the one of the miracles of the Quran's text is that the rhythm and the rhyme doesn't change the meaning in any way whatsoever on any verse. It's like, well, how would you know what the intended meaning was? And 2, there's clearly words that are chosen solely because of the rhyme, because they don't really work as far as thoughts go. And here, different reason, right? This isn't for rhyme, but different reason. It is an ambiguous sentence. It could be made unambiguous, right? You could say that Allah taught man what man did not know. You could say that. That would be a perfectly valid sentence. So if this is the perfect text that can't be misunderstood, then why is there ambiguity in the text, even if it's an obvious ambiguity?
Yep, absolutely. So,
sorry, Houston says, Mary is using the fallacy of trying to make this make sense.
But it does, this is coming from real interactions that happen, right? So there is a kind of sense behind it, even if the result is nonsense, right? So essentially, this guy's making fun of Muhammad, going, okay, fine, you say being rich is apostasy? Fine, make us rich and we'll apostatize from our religion and join yours. And then Jibril comes to Muhammad and says, "Oh, Muhammad, give them the choice in that matter. If they wish, we can do to them what they wanted. If they do not submit, we will do to them as we did to them, the owners of the table." So what happened to the people who supposedly denied Jesus? And this is a reference to Al-Madiyah 5:114, that basically that he's going to wipe them out if they don't submit. So Muhammad, go ahead and let them choose to have these mountains of gold, but because they are insincere, because they're just making fun of you, when they get the mountains of gold, they won't really believe in you even then, so then we will destroy them all. That's what's being said here. And then Muhammad said he knew that the people would not accept that, meaning that they would not sincerely convert, and so he refrained from having the mountains turned into gold specifically to spare them. And verse 7 is supposedly kind of a result of this whole thing, this whole interaction. And it may first introduce a new meaning for the word rich here, that the meaning of self-sufficiency might be the first time this is ever used in that way. Now, there's also an abrogated surah that was really long, that was about 2 valleys of gold. And if the son of Adam had 1 valley of gold, he would only desire another. And it seems like that would be very closely related to this incident. So there are probably other really embarrassing things in these interactions that Muhammad was successfully able to deep six eventually and get abrogated and forgotten, gotten rid of, because it was too uncomfortable. Um, so, whoops, wrong direction. Now, 9 through 14 may be the second, or, oh, excuse me, I meant 15 through 19 may be the second stage of the confrontation. Abu Jahl may have forbidden Muhammad from praying at the Kaaba at this time. So Muhammad's earliest religious practice after he decided he was a prophet was not to pray at the Kaaba at all, at least in the first 3 years, but rather to go to a nearby house and he'd stand in prayer there. First he'd stand in his house, then they went to a house that was better suited for gathering for some reason or another that was near the Kaaba, but not actually at the Kaaba, and they'd all stand together and pray and pray and pray. Then there was a boycott from 617 to around 619 or 620. And this may be Abu Jahl objecting to Muhammad praying at the Kaaba after that boycott was lifted. Basically, the entire Hashemite tribe was said, we won't trade with you any longer. We won't let you join our caravans. And we're going to consider you complete outsiders unless you denounce Muhammad and make him shut up or leave. We won't denounce, we won't have anything to do with you. And that was a boycott of Hashem. And so this may be Abu Jahl objecting to Muhammad praying at the Kaaba after the boycott was lifted. But and this might be also connected to the satanic verses brouhaha, because Muhammad first started praying publicly after the boycott was lifted at the Kaaba, probably in conjunction with the satanic verses being revealed to make people happy and want them to have that. So if he said, no, we can't pray to the three daughters of Allah, I accidentally revealed that, but now I'm going to continue praying at the Kaaba, that would tick people off. There's also one more thing that might be ticking him off in the way that he's praying. So Abu Jahl said, does Muhammad cover his face in front of you? Like, does he cover his face with his cloak and do weird mystically stuff that we don't do? And the answer was yes. Then he said, by al-alaq and al-uzza, if I saw him praying like this, I would trample on his neck and I would rub his face on the dirt. So, and this is Salah again, that he's really mad about the idea of you doing this around the Kaaba, this weird practice that isn't historically this pagan practice that they had. They had a different practice. If I saw him doing this thing that I considered to be foreign and weird, I would trample on his neck. And that this also doesn't just exist in al-Tabari, it also exists in al-Qurtubi as well. So it seems like his big objection, the reason why he threatened to step on his neck, has to do with covering his face with his cloak while he's doing these prayers. And this is at the Kaaba because of where this confrontation takes place. Mm-hmm. So continuing on to some more technical stuff, we'll talk a little bit more about what's supposed to have happened at the very end whenever we talk about what the heck this Zabaniyat is. What is this Zabaniyat? What is it? Who are they? What's going on here? So the word for the return is a similarly and uniquely Quranic idea, since Islam posits that souls are all created at or before the time of Adam's body, and so began with Allah in the presence of Allah and then will return to Allah. As Christians, we don't talk about dying as going back to God, because our souls begin to exist at conception, right? And they grow with us. And then when our bodies die, the soul is preserved and goes to God, but does not return to God, because the soul was not hanging out with God and then gets sent down into a body and then comes back again. This is a very Gnostic idea. And it's an adaptation of a widely accepted Neoplatonic and Gnostic idea of human spirit stuff being a different material from earthly matter proper, that's this kind of lower sort of stuff, and also more enduring. It was so influential that some early Christians did posit something like the Islamic, uh, idea of pre-existent souls that were created at a time, but then sent into bodies. But then that was rejected thoroughly by the church, going, "No, this is not some sort of true settled science. You're just adopting things from what lots of people believe is a science, but is just paganism, and we have no reason to believe this, and we shouldn't believe this for various theological and also even ontological reasons that you shouldn't believe this." But the fact that it landed and took root in Islam and in the Quran itself, that your soul was with Allah and then will return to where it came from with Allah, is significant, and it shows this Gnostic context, just like the Hermetic stuff with the writing in the pen and the enlightening of mankind and all the rest of this. It shows the context of the Quran and when it was created. Now, guidance, al-huda, it's a term that was strongly used for a specific context from early in Muhammad's career, but misguidance got added to that later. So at this point, we're really talking about guidance, and there's no developed sense of Allah being responsible for misguidance at this point, even here. It is later on that misguidance becomes emphasized. He's already introduced the concept of fate with Abu Talib's death, but it doesn't become ingrained in the theology until later, and it isn't worked back in through the early surahs until later on, because this is still within a fairly close period of time since Abu Talib died, and he hasn't had time to flesh out his theology of fatalism that's brand new. Now, the early familiarity with the concept of highway of the Lord would explain the emphasis on guidance, because the stuff about the Lord being our shepherd is connected to the idea of a way of the Lord, and Jesus talking about the narrow way and the broad way and all of these things. If Muhammad was really interested in specifically those bits of Isaiah and like, what is this path of the Lord? Why does God have a path? What is this path stuff? What's going on with the highway? What's the highway? What's the path? What's the way? Then he would get echoes of these things from people that he talked to. And remember, Muhammad was running around talking to any slave with a Christian background that he could find, or Jewish background, and asking them questions and talking to them and getting accused of just stealing from them. So wariness, taqwa, is adapted to the biblical concept of fearing or God-fearing. So this native Arabic word is being applied to a concept that actually is understood as biblical, but it has a slightly different flavor in Islam than it does in the Bible. The term actually specifically means to guard oneself against something or beware of something. So it's guarding against even. So whenever you beware Allah, you're guarding against the bad things that he might do to you. Now, the Hebrew word yera, it's much more restrictive to overwhelming awe, reverence type of fear, that flavor of fear, and is very restricted. But the Greek term used is phobos, which is just your regular word for fear and has an overlap with terror. There is a religious sense of phobos in Greek. It's not just terror, but it does overlap into actual terror. And it seems that this informed the Islamic choice of words more than a purely Hebrew origin. And that's also significant, because why would it be something filtered through Greek and then into Arabic? And that was already addressed, Wad. So I'm glad that Muhammad
he
is
wasn't being
copying ideas that people had that were repudiated and rejected by the church, because people just thought that these were ideas about nature. And the church was like, wait a second, this is a religious idea. This is not just the way nature is. You can't believe this just because it's what everybody believes. So
Wad comes in here. Let me just explain what
yeah,
happened. So
go ahead.
Wad comes in here, and in order to defend Islam, the theology of Islam, he says, by the way, did you know that Origen taught the same thing? Therefore, Muhammad couldn't have copied it from anyone because Origen was teaching it before he existed.
And that, yeah,
Okay,
that's the
Wad.
funny thing. That's kind of the point. That is the point. And Origin
I know. I mean, you're
would go
saying
out
that
on a
Muhammad's
limb.
copying these
Yeah.
ideas, right? That he's mistaking Christian doctrine and copying ideas and getting everything all wrong, mixing a bunch of different ideas from different places. And Watt comes in and says, that's not true. He was copying the ideas of Origen, who, by the way, I'm not big into heretics label, but most people consider Origen's theology pretty wonky and non-standard Christian theology.
Well, that particular so Origen had things that he taught that were strict doctrine, and also things that he kind of went out on a limb with. Like, for example, I would, if you want to teach uh 7-day, or excuse me, how about worldwide flood, and say that we believe that that's what it meant, or if you want to teach a local flood, we believe that that's what it meant, that's fine. But you shouldn't say that it is absolutely always the doctrine of, a point of doctrine that this is absolutely true. And so a lot of times people mistake Origen synthesizing things to Origen transmitting strict doctrine.
Yeah, so to
And
be clear, I don't have any opinion about him one way or another. I haven't studied him depth and tried to figure out whether he's a heretic or not. I'm just
yeah,
saying that the opinion you hear usually in Christian discussion of his writings is that you have to be careful because he has a lot of wonky stuff that
yeah,
isn't really Christian theology. And then Watt here comes and appeals to him to say that
I know.
Muhammad wasn't copying, he was copying.
Yep, yep. But apparently, Origen got it right and everybody else got it wrong. So there we go. Okay, now, um, we actually need to see the right side of the screen better. So if you can get our faces off the right side of the screen, make it a little bit smaller, that would
Oh
be
yeah, what
appreciated.
happened there?
Yeah, it jumped. It got
It
bigger.
got all
Whenever the
goofy.
cat cam went off, it jumped. Um,
It was in the
but
wrong mode. So there's two modes.
there we
One where the screen's bigger and it's more covered, and I don't know how it got the mode got switched.
Yeah,
But
when the
I
cat
don't think there's
disappeared.
I don't think there's two modes when you're at three people. So that's why we weren't seeing it. But it was presumably at that sitting the whole
Got it.
time. But
So it's also interesting that denied is not related to the kufar root, which is most often used for that kind of thing later on. Instead, it's related to a root which means to deny or to lie. It means either or both. And so if you see the highlight in yellow lying there, that's a repetition of the same root, in a different form. That do you see if he denied or lied and turned away, and then a lying, sinful, or / errant forelock there, it's the same word. So he's just kind of like, again, a word is top of mind, you pick it out again naturally. Call upon, it has the same root as dua or prayer. Here it's not using that strict sense. And sinful, errant, it just means sinful, right? But the call upon is not meaning to invoke religiously here. It can mean both, but it is a frequent word that frequently does have a religious meaning, and people are told all the time, call upon, the ones you trust in, meaning pagan gods. But here, he's being asked to call upon actually his human associates or cronies or other members of his tribe, not a divine invocation or prayer. So dua is the name for like a prayer for intercession and for for Allah to do something for you in Islamic terminology, but that term is being used. And then it says, we will call upon the Zabaniyat, which we will talk about in a second. And then it says, do not be obeying him, but prostrate and draw near. And draw near is interesting because it is a totally normal biblical terminology, that what we want to do is be near to God. God dwelling with man, mankind dwelling in community with God is the biblical ideal. That's what it was in the garden. The garden was not the garden because it was wonderful alone, but because God dwelt with man there. And that's a troubling terminology for Islamic commentators, because there's no Islamic view of a relational love or community in that way with Allah. This kind of so union of any sort, it gets relegated to, I called it the mystical pants leg of Islam. If you think of Islam, if you read Terry Pratchett, he talks about there are multiple universes, and if one thing if you go one way, you get this universe. If you go that way, you get that universe. He calls it the trouser leg of time, that you go one way or you go the other way. You can't have both. It's a split off. And so, because Islam was kind of this weird brew of various incompatible pieces, you get this mystical pants leg of Islam, because you can't get rid of it entirely. It's there in the sources, but it's not compatible with the other flavor, and they're not compatible with each other. So they kind of each pick and choose different parts of Islam to make their own Islams. So if you're in the mystical side, you get this idea of union and drawing near. But if you're in the other side, it doesn't really make sense. Coming near, so in the standard tafsir, whenever it talks about drawing near, it's like, well, paradise is closer to Allah's throne than earth, so you're drawing near by going into paradise. You'll get to paradise and you'll be nearer to Allah by prostrating. But in Merkabah mysticism, it is the very presence of God that's the goal. So drawing near to God himself is actually expected. And there's a particularly odd interpretation of this verse that's found in al-Qurtubi. Zayd ibn Aslam said, prostrate yourself, O Muhammad, in prayer, and come close, O Abu Jahl, to the fire. So he's saying that the prostrating is referring to Muhammad, who's prostrating, and drawing near is actually about Abu Jahl, who's being drawn closer to the fire, rather than to Allah, because it seems so hard to parse the idea of drawing near to Allah in any kind of relational sense to kind of your standard non-mystical Muslim. So now let's have our wonderful scientific miracle, as you talked about before, that the word forelock is the same as the word for corner, and it actually means the front corner or section of the hair. But the supposed miracle is that it secretly means the frontal lobe, because that's where you manage higher level executive functions. So the frontal lobe is involved in lying and sin. So lying, sinful forelock is a scientific miracle. Alhamdulillah. But this is where Allah intends to drag him. He's going to drag him by his forelock. Is he going to drag him by his frontal lobe? Like, that makes no sense at all. Now, al-Qurtubi says, the forelock, the hair at the front of the head. It may be expressed as a human being, as it is said, this is a blessed forelock, referring to all human beings. So what he's saying is, he's saying that this is synecdoche. Whenever you talk about the part as part of the whole, uneasy is the head that wears the crown. It's not talking just about a head. It's talking about the king. The king, the person who wears the crown, is uneasy, but it's only referring to the person by reference to the head. Uneasy is the head that wears the crown. It doesn't require you knowing that the frontal lobe or the brain does anything. It's just saying that I would never raise a hand against him doesn't mean just your hand. It means any violence against that person. The hand is standing in for the entirety of physical violence kind of thing that your body might do. So Qurtubi here is explaining what that means. And he singled out the forelock to mention, according to the Arab custom, that those who wanted to humiliate and insult took his forelock. So he's saying that was a normal thing. The reason why forelock's mentioned at all is because people would grab their enemy by the forelock and smack them and yank them around and beat on them by grabbing their long hair in the front. And then someone else says, Safa means pulling with force, meaning we will drag its forelock to the fire. It was said to slap him, meaning slap his face. They're all similar in meaning. So it's essentially a normal term used to refer to grabbing or slapping or grabbing and slapping someone whenever you want to insult them. So, and so he also says describing the forelock as a liar in a seminar is like describing faces as looking in the Almighty's, saying looking to its Lord. So again, they're talking about faces looking to your Lord, just like grabbing the forelock. It's also just synecdoche. Again, you're the part for the whole. Their faces are the faces will be brightened, kind of thing, like people will be happy. That kind of usage, right? Yeah, perhaps the frontal lobes are outside the head.
Yeah, Snoopy has debunked you, Mary, when you said it wouldn't make any sense to grab the frontal lobe, because maybe you have your skull broken and the brain is seeping out, and then you can grab the frontal lobe, and that's what Allah really means when he says grab you by your forelock. But as Mary pointed out, according to Qurtubi, who is one of the 4 great interpreters of the Quran, according to Muslims, this is just an ordinary expression. And that's what my own research concluded as well, that there are numerous hadith that use similar language for, like, say, grabbing a horse by its hair to control it. What Allah is saying is that he's going to grab this liar and control them, dominate them, show him who's boss, basically, which makes sense in context, right? They're people lying about Allah, according to him. And then he's going to take his vengeance on them by grabbing them and showing them who's boss. Makes perfect sense in context. But some Muslims, so desperate to find any reason to believe in Islam, claim that this is some kind of scientific miracle. But as we know,
the scientific argument, scientific miracles in the Quran, is debunked.
Debunked, 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 debunked.
I'm glad that he agrees that this is debunked. This may have been one of the things that initially impressed him, because it seems on the level of what impresses him. So we're going to talk about that weird word that I didn't translate, and I didn't translate it because it's not translatable. So zabaniyat is a hapax, meaning it happens one time. It's the only time that this word appears in all of the Quran. So what the heck is this? Well, it has a meaning of customers in modern Arabic, which is pretty funny. I'm just amused by that. But it's glossed with the angels of hell and the tafsir. But what did it actually mean to ancient people? Obviously not. It seems unlikely to mean customers in context there. So I'm not even sure how it came to mean that, but it seems unlikely to mean that.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be.
No.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to call upon the customers.
No, I don't think Allah is going to call upon his customers.
Does make sense, right?
Yeah. So what's interesting is that there is a parallel that has been made by some scholars to a word with some of the letters that are the same in Ephraim's poems for escorts of the dead who are angelic in the context of this. Shabaya. So Shabaya and Zabaniyat, you have the Y, or Y is just an ending there, but it's ZBN, and this is SHBY. So maybe they got really confused and muddled it up, but that's really, really different. What seems way more likely, you're really just like relying on the B at that point. What seems really more likely is the fact that it's used by the poetess Al-Kansah, who is the daughter of Imru al-Qais, and Imru al-Qais is the famous poet that Muhammad was accused multiple times of plagiarizing. And she used that exact same term in the Jahiliyyah to refer to a kind of demon that rode on eagles. And another Islamic scholar claimed, an early Islamic scholar claims that they are kind of afrit or afrit or afrit or ifrit, or I'm not even sure how to say it, but and afrit or afrit is an Islamic demon or an Arab demon. And the root is related to the act of pushing, and and al Khansa mentions them as being similar to the Sa'ali, which is singular Salat, and they have a lot of Lilith qualities. They're isolated desert dwellers. They sometimes lead people astray to death and also seduce men. So we're getting an interesting circle back to our sleep paralysis demon, who's also related to Lilith and things like that too. Now, it may be related to the pressing of a sleep paralysis demon because of that, the act of pushing. If you have a demon who is related to the act of pushing, this may be a name for a sleep paralysis demon type figure, as a form indicates the motion of pressing someone back, as both Rudy Parrott and also Islamic commentators have noticed. So
Watt and his
oh my
infinite
goodness.
genius.
There are things that are
customers.
called synonyms. So I can say he is my customer. I can say he is my client. I can say that they are our guests. And if I'm in Chick-fil-A and I'm talking about guests, I'm talking about customers, even though I'm using different words. So the word customer is actually sometimes zabaniyat in various forms, but I don't think it's related, as I said. So we're asking about what Zabaniyat was at the time of Muhammad. Why did al-Khansa use this term in the Jahiliyyah for demons that seem, who are considered similar to demons that have sleep paralysis demon characters? So
good question. Good
you
question.
also have this really in relation to this thing about that if he is not desisting from wanting to put his foot on Muhammad's neck or attacking Muhammad and that sort of thing, we will certainly drag him by the forelock, is what's supposed to be considered here. And according to, and this one is al-Tabari, he says that if he had done so, put his foot on my neck, the female harlot would have kidnapped him. So again, there's kind of this interesting connection once again to these kind of, and here he's calling this zabaniyat by a term that is translated here as female harlot by an automatic translator. It's not using the exact word zabaniyat. That's not translated as this by the automatic translator. I did not have time to poke through and figure out what the exact word is, but it probably actually is. You know, a prostitute would have kidnapped him, this kind of succubus kind of character. So that is suggestive that this is a correct interpretation of this, that it is the same as al-Khansa, who mentioned them as being related to those who have many Lilith qualities. So there's also something else that I missed
sorry,
last
Mary.
time.
This is breaking news. I just had to put this up here. Zayd Ali is so upset. He's so upset and sad at the Christian attitude here of looking at facts and asking him questions of why he's a Muslim, and his only response being, I like Islam, and then saying, can't people like false things? And he says, that hurts my feelings. He's just so sad, everyone. Could someone give Zayd Ali a big hug? He needs it. He really needs it, guys. He comes in here and he doesn't listen to a word being said, and then he gets upset. I just don't know what to do. All right, back to you, Mary.
So no, Allah says that if he isn't do not, so Allah says, do not be obeying him. Back here, the guy who's telling you not to pray. So now the switches to do not is to the thou, it's to Muhammad. So Muhammad, don't obey him. Instead, prostrate and draw near is what Muhammad's being told to do in context, although Abu Jahl is read into the draw near by one particular early Muslim. So there's this really interesting account. I talked before about how Muhammad was considered to have been potentially possessed by a jinn, even by his wet nurse, and was almost returned to Amina, but Amina managed to convince her to take him back again because of this heart-washing incident where she saw something where she thought was a demon going after him for some reason. And obviously she didn't see a heart-washing incident if she thought the demons got him, right? And his own mother asked, do you think he's possessed by a jinn? That was her reaction too. She thinks he's possessed by a jinn. And the woman was like, yeah, I think he is. So but here is kind of this sudden, you're like, oh, this whole heart-washing type of thing, which is lifted from Manichaeanism, it suddenly gets a massively more sinister tone to it whenever you see this version of a very similar event. So here's another one that's supposed to be on the authority of Aisha. And here Aisha is saying that Khadija is in this retreat, in this seclusion as well, which she doesn't say in her main one. But anyway, it coincided with Ramadan, the Messenger of Allah, etc., went out and heard the words, peace be upon you. And he said, so I thought it was suddenly a jinn. So he said, that's the jinn voice, rejoice for peace is good. Then another day he saw Jibreel on the sun with the wing in the east and the wing of the west. He said, so I ran away from him. I went off to go back. And so he went off to go back to his family, and then he saw Jibreel between him and the door. He said, he spoke to me until I became comfortable with him. Then he promised me an appointment. And by the way, appointment becomes a theologically important word too. So I came to his appointment, and Jibreel detained me. When he wanted to return, he was with him and Michael. So Jibreel descended to the earth, and Mikael in Arabic, and Michael was between the sky and the earth. So Jibreel took me and tied me up because of the sweetness of my neck. I don't know what that actually means. This is automatic translation. And he cut open my stomach and took it out of it, Allah willing. He took out of it as much as Allah was willing for him to take out. And then he washed it in a golden basin, and then he took it back in. He shrouded me as one would shroud a vessel. Then he sealed my back until I felt the touch of a ring. Then he said to me, read in the name of your Lord, etc., etc., etc. But I had never read a book. Then he grabbed my throat until I burst into tears, and he said to me, so on. And then he said, I have not forgotten anything after that. Then Jibreel weighed me with one man, and I balanced him. Then he weighed me with another. I balanced him. Then he weighed me with 100. Then Michael said, his nation followed him, and the Lord of the Kaaba. I want you guys to think about alien abduction narratives and the alien experiments and everything else, and these kind of assaults that happen in sleep, even when they were interpreted as demonic events. And you have, his guts being pulled open and washed and put back. He's being experimented on, guys. So this same kind of body horror experience that you get in this sleep paralysis demon type experience. This is even clearer. You also have some interesting Thoth parallels with him being put on scales and balanced as well. So, I would like you to know, Jawad, that you have now denounced one of the Jalals of Ibn Jalalain, and it is as authentic as anything else in Islam. So it is as authentic as anything else in Islam.
Well, he should have just left his comment. He added a few extra words. He should have said this. You got to check the authenticity of your sources, my dear friend. I don't think.
Yeah, no, he does not think. But I'm glad that he is denouncing al-Suyuti, who is one of the best and most influential of all of the commentators to ever live. So go ahead, throw him, throw him under the bus, throw Allah under the bus, throw everyone under the bus. That's where they all belong.
Yeah.
Islam is trash. This isnad method doesn't work. Therefore, the isnad of Allah to Jibril, to Muhammad, to everybody else is also wrong and is untrustworthy because the Quran only comes to you through isnad. So it's fake like everything else. It's fabricated. But anyway, so
Oh
this
yeah. I
shows
mean,
a tradition that associates more sleep paralysis, clearly sleep paralysis elements to this time. And notice how much more confusing it is about when Jibril came, when Michael came, when he saw these visions. It's kind of this continuous thing that sometimes he's seeing visions and sometimes he's seeing things here and sometimes he's seeing things there. And you have this in Ibn Ishaq too. All of this confusion and fear and everything else. And the question that was given to him, has your jinn abandoned you, makes sense in this context. It doesn't make sense in the context that we're supposed to take it in. So the idea of torturing angels at all actually comes from folklore and apocrypha. It does not come from the Bible. It predates the Quran, but it has no biblical basis. So the book of Enoch has punishing angels who are God's executioners on both fallen angels and humans. So that is a role of punishing angels. The Apocalypse of Peter, though, goes way farther. It has angels torturing sinners in a place of punishment. The Apocalypse of Paul, which is later still, it's from the late 300s. Its context is a Christianized society, so people are at least nominally Christian in the context of the Apocalypse of Paul, so it's quite late. It has an angel casting sinners into hell, where other angels torture them with iron hooks, something that appears in Islamic sources as well, like the idea of torturing with iron implements explicitly appears in Islamic sources. So again, drawing heavily from this apocrypha that begins with something that might be reasonable. It might be reasonable to start with angels take a punishing role at times. That might be very reasonable as a supposition from biblical texts. But then you keep going and you go and you go and you go and you get way out on a limb here. And Muhammad is dwelling in this way out on a limb space, not in anything that's based on anything else space. So because this term needed to be given an Islamically acceptable identity, they became the center of a cluster of ahadith concerning Abu Jahl's reaction to Muhammad. And so he's said to threaten to put his foot on Muhammad's neck if Muhammad is praying at the Kaaba, specifically with the covering of the face, in relation to covering his face. In response, he gives that section threatening his forelock. Then Abu Jahl supposedly saw a vision of these beings who, and perhaps a crevasse into hellfire, a ditch filled with flames between him and Muhammad. And he's afraid, and he didn't go forward with this plan of putting his foot on his neck. However, other accounts said that this threat is a result of Abu Jahl throwing a basket of camel guts over Muhammad, something that many sources confirmed happened. Abu Jahl either threw himself or caused to be thrown a bucket of sacrificed camel guts over Muhammad as he was prostrating. And Muhammad just stayed there and didn't move until Fatima came up and removed the guts from his back. And then later, Al-Abbas, who had been out hunting, he returned to Mecca. He goes into the Kaaba to do a circle around it, because he always did that whenever he came back from hunting, because it's a pagan site, and Al-Abbas is a pagan, and he's doing pagan things like circling the Kaaba. And so he finds out about what had happened there earlier that day from people who were in the Kaaba still and had seen it. And he goes and he like assaults Abu Jahl and like messes him up and wounds him some. And Abu Jahl decides, he explicitly declines not to retaliate, because he said, yes, I did tremendously insult his nephew. So Al-Abbas felt compelled to do this because of the way kinship and blood feud and everything else went that even though he rejected Islam, he could not have his nephew in his tribe insulted, because then people could just freely insult anyone in his own clan. So he goes over to the leader of as a leader of one clan, he goes over to the leader of another clan and like whacks the crap out of him to go, hey, dude, like you can't do this because he's in my clan and you've horribly insulted them. This is not acceptable. And everybody's like, Abu Jahl, we're ready to go. We're ready to rumble. Let's get in a fight. Let's deal with this guy, finally. But Abu Jahl does not want to start a blood feud. He wants Al-Abbas to eject Muhammad and repudiate him and make him shunned so that he's no longer under this relational protection, because he doesn't want a blood feud. So he declines to retaliate. And so there are many different recountings of the basket of guts in this entire series of events, but the fact that it has been tied specifically to this verse, it seems like it's likely that that is when it happened. When it's tied to something, it's tied to this verse typically. So we are almost done. So
I hope so, because
yep,
you're way over time, and I barely interrupted at all today.
I know. And I thought this was going to be a short one because I'm just going through one little surah, right? Muad, the scribe, remember that he became a scribe between the two pledges of Aqaba, which happened in 221 and 222, so probably in 221. And Muhammad says to him, write it down. So he took the tablet, and this is the machine translation, so it's a bit weird. And the pen and the nun, which is the inkwell, or noon. So the noon is called both the inkwell and the whale in different sources. There are a whole bunch of different sources that say the noon is actually an inkwell, or an inkwell and a whale, both. So anyway, so he wrote that down, and when he conveyed the message, that last verse, then here's the weird part. He prostrated on the tablet, and the pen prostrated, and the inkwell prostrated, and then like these things spoke. Oh Allah, raise the memory of him. Oh Allah, put a burning on him, and this has to be Muhammad. And oh Allah, forgive us sin through him. So it may be that Muad went and did this in private, and then he came back and he said, oh, my pen and the paper and the inkwell itself was prostrating. And then he came back and told Muhammad this, and I prostrated, and I informed the messenger of God, and he prostrated too when I informed him of this thing that had happened. But I think that that's what's being said here. It's very odd, but it's extremely funny if that is. So there are finally some variants some variants in the different recitations and different manuscripts. So Abdallah Az-Zubair, his manuscript said that it actually said he taught writing by or with the pen. It's the same word. By with is the same word. So he taught writing with the pen instead of he taught by the pen. He has an extra word in there. And some of the canonical versions, instead of a question, you see, it says I see or you see, like as a statement. So it's either Allah saying, I see the one who forbids a slave when he prays. I see if he was upon the guidance or enjoying the wariness. I see if he denied, lied, or turned away. Or it's you see without a question in some of them, which is kind of interesting. There's a non-canonical, let us certainly drag or strike, which is a different form of the verb instead of just we will, certainly we will, rather, or surely we will certainly drag him. Surely let us certainly strike him instead. For forelock, a Shia variant says fittingly, so it's a change of just a couple of letters in there. It's not a big change, but it makes Allah like much less of an irrational and human type of figure, because here we will certainly drag him by the forelock. Allah is saying we will drag him by the forelock, but instead it says we will certainly drag him in a way that is fitting. He will be dragged in a fitting way. And then he's then called, you lying, you're a lying, sinful, errant forelock, is how it's read. So this is one to make a law less popping off in fury, just like a human being, and something more fitting. And there is an extra word. You can see call upon can be just one word, but Masud has upon as an extra word inserted in there. Um, and then in 18, there is in Ibn Masud's, it says, and then he will be called upon the, and so he is apparently this plural feminine word, Zabaniat. So he will be called, the Zanabiat will be called upon, is what it's saying, instead of we, Allah, will call upon the Zabaniat. And there's also more of an issue with some grammar in there, if that is the correct reading. And so those are some variants of interest. This is, again, killing the idea that the Quran is recited perfectly all in the same way, with no variants that have like anything other than dialectical significance. None of these are dialectical. I will be right back. Being very loud out there.
So Hanker says, please, no spamming. You'll be, he said fine, but I'm sure that's autocorrect for timed out. Yes, well, I wanted to make sure that Fareed saw that, because Fareed is in the chat spamming his hatred of the Gospels. Has nothing to do with the topic. So, yeah, Fareed, you need to call in. So Muslims can call in now. We will be done very shortly. But if Fareed wants to call in and discuss his theories about hadith chains being highly reliable, he can do that now. Even though it's off topic, right? Even though it's off topic, he can call in and do it now. Or he can hide in the chat like the pathetic coward that he is. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see which one it is. In the meantime, super chat from Jack Ray.
Here's the sad news. We are running out of funds. All our work is going to stop unless people like you watching this video will help us. Your donations can get you a share in a reward. Reap those rewards for years to come, inshallah. This is not a donation or a charity, but an investment for your hereafter.
Fareed, are you mentally ill? Sorry, the super chat said apples, and no, you didn't get apples. Thank you, Jack Ray. Fareed, are you mentally ill? You're lucky this guy won't let me refute him. Right after I said, Fareed, call in and refute me.
He's just, he's like Muhammad. He is a short bus rider. He's riding the short bus. And anyway, I'm the one who gave the presentation. Who's the he that you're refuting?
Well, apparently me, because someone mentioned the 1924 Quran.
Ha!
Reason Answers is scared to let me type in the chat.
Come in. Come up. You haven't refuted anything. You're like, me strong, me brave, ha ha, me. Oh! So
yeah, let's see every comment of, I haven't timed him out or anything. So let's see every comment of Fareed since he got here. All right. We got, I read the last two. No proof? You ever read Bart Ehrman? You're going to see why this is ironic here in a second. That's why every single scholar without cognitive bias says the Gospels were not written by eyewitnesses. Again, you'll see the irony here in a second. Nah, that would be an appeal to authority. Hey, Mary, what were those last two comments that he made after he made this comment?
Which is hilarious, because any scholar who is not a Muslim who's just being dishonest, who says that the Gospels are not written by eyewitnesses, all of them would say that hadith transmission is no more reliable than gossip, and it's full of fabrication, it's totally unreliable. They would all agree with that. But nope. We're just gonna, that would be appeal to authority when I don't want it.
Yep.
Um,
Well, so I mean, he's technically correct, right? Because I said that every scholar, every non-Muslim scholar agrees that hadith transmissions are totally worthless. They give you no information whatsoever about the authenticity of a hadith, which is technically an appeal to authority. But then he makes an appeal to the authority in the same comment by saying any honest scholar, blah, 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 and then makes
yes.
two other appeals to authorities in his next two comments.
Yep. Yep. It's only his authorities that he likes. So.
He did also say that he's glad that we're reading the Quran. And he
Well,
said that I said I will time out. Yeah, I said I will time you out for being off topic.
You
Then
have to
I
be on
said,
topic.
then Mary finished the presentation, right? She finished the presentation, and
Now
I
come to
said,
the
now
chuckering.
I will take off topic. You can call in and discuss your stupid, idiotic theories about how the gospel is is less reliable than made-up hadith chains that no scholar in their right mind would ever take seriously. You can call in and you can make your argument, but you're going to have to actually make your argument. You're not going to appeal to authority. You sure as heck aren't going to appeal to authority when you call in.
Yep.
Since you correctly identified that as a logical fallacy, you can't start using that fallacy.
So Usama Dakdok. No, it's not Freed Responds. It's somebody else. Freed Responds has his own, and he's massively gullible, but not quite so completely stupid. So,
yep,
if you could
Sahih
yeah.
al-Rahman is the favorite hadith book of Muslims.
I like that. If you
Indeed
could bring up Houston Euler's, he says that Usama Dakdok's Quran thinks that Zabani means guardians, and that's precisely why. That's why I after I bought it, I'm like, oh, somebody else needs to do a different translation, because though he wants to be as honest as possible, he grew up in Egypt with the Egyptian education system, and so he doesn't necessarily even know where there are questions about the meanings of certain words. He can reveal the real meanings of certain words if the real meanings are well known, but there are some things where he doesn't know what the that there is a question in the Islamic sources, so he just takes it for granted. Well, the Zabani are these hellfire, the angelic guardians over hellfire who torture people, because that is the Islamic answer. He doesn't go, they're pre-Islamic demons who are probably related to sleep paralysis demons. He doesn't have that information. And yes, I am back on Hajj again because I was getting cold and getting really stiff.
All right. So per request, we have a pull up. Should Fareed call in? We'll see. Fareed has no fucking sorry, but lost control there. Fareed has no clue what he's talking about. He says y'all hate Bart Ehrman, but he's pretty conservative. He just repeats mainstream scholarship. Okay, first of all,
he's not.
Okay, first of all, if he's just repeating mainstream scholarship, that wouldn't make him conservative. So even if that was true, even if that second half was true, then that wouldn't make him conservative. Conservative in this usage of term, right? In other contexts, it might mean something different. But when you say conservative biblical scholars, those are scholars who support real scholars, not apologists, not Muslim clerics, not priests, actual scholars who have qualified education, who support the authenticity of the Christian tradition. Those are called conservative scholars. The opposite, liberal scholars, are people like Bart Ehrman who doubt the authenticity of the Christian tradition. So to say he's pretty conservative and repeating mainstream scholarship, which he doesn't repeat in stream scholarship, he is a scholar, right? He does his own research. He draws his own conclusions. Unlike you, I respect him enough to actually state what he does. He's just repeating stuff. No, that's not true. That's not true, Fareed. But he's not a conservative. The term is defined by whether or not you believe the traditional biblical history. And plenty of legitimate scholars do, right? He said earlier that there's not one legitimate scholar who thinks that the Gospels were written by eyewitnesses. Yeah, there was many. And yeah, he's probably long gone. He probably ran away as soon as he saw that I opened the chat. And he probably closed it as quickly as possible. That's probably what happened. So let's just run through some of these other things real quick. Let's see. Captain Christian, problem is 90% of Muslims can't read the Quran because they don't know Arabic. And I'd go further and say that for all intents and purposes, 100% of Muslims can't really understand the Quran because they might know modern Arabic as their first language, but the Quran isn't written in modern Arabic. Wow. Fareed is still here apparently, and he thinks that Bart Ehrman is more conservative than Bruce Metzger.
Whatever.
You have no clue what you're talking about, Fareed. You just heard some names, and you're just repeating them blindly.
Does not understand the issue in scholarship that what gets rewarded is coming up with something innovative and new and different, no matter how stupid it is. You can say phenomenally stupid things, and that can get you a PhD in a position in the soft sciences. Even sometimes in some of the hard sciences, some pretty stupid things get positions if they're the new hotness topic, whatever's fashionable at the time. And it doesn't even have to be right or have any resemblance to reality, but you have to do something new to get a PhD. So if you have a PhD, you have to say something that's never been said before, which would be antithetical in many cases to things like an immutable, unchanging truth. There are places where there really aren't things more to discover, so you just make them up. Like if I wanted to be history, or excuse me, an English professor with a Shakespearean expert, I could do dialectical readings of Shakespeare, which would be wildly inappropriate and incredibly stupid. And I could do it in a way that would be very well convincing and very impressive to a lot of people. I used to do this as a game in some of my classes where I would write pretentious, stupid things very convincingly. And I got massively praised by my teachers because that's what academia promotes. I argued that Robert Frost's poem about the building of the wall building, actually means the opposite of what he said it meant, and did it in a very elusive way, and just because I could. And that's the kind of thing that gets you places.
Yep.
That's
absolutely.
The kind of thing that gets you recognition, is to just claim that something means the opposite of what it actually does.
So Dawah Solutions says, all Christians are scared of me. Ha 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 ha. Right after I posted the link, and he's been giving it again. We'll see if he calls in. Maybe he will. But I'm certainly not
up there,
scared
so
of
they
him.
can't see the chat. You're going to have to stick it in.
I'll close the poll. I think we made our point. So 85% of you think that truth is important, and 15% of you think that Fareed should not call in because once he does, he'll apostatize and be killed. So both valid answers. Welcome, Sir Dr. Whitemeat.
Hey.
How's it going? Yes.
Good. I just want to say, Fareed, be a man. Come on. I got more white stuff on my shirt right now than you. I'm a better Muslim. Come on. I'll say thank you to you guys.
Yep. Dawah Solutions did call in. So Dawah Solutions, did you watch any of this program? Can you hear me, Dawah Solutions? Oh, you didn't have to go, Sir Dr. Whitemeat. You could have stayed. And I'm not getting any audio from Dawah Solutions.
He's probably scrolling through his porn connection. Maybe it didn't work. Sorry for being cynical, but since this is the first time.
No, I don't think he's going to spam us porn.
Okay. I just don't trust folks. I am a very low trust person because there are low trust societies. Okay, cool.
All right. Well, anyway, let's continue to run through these, give him another chance to figure out his connection issues or whatever. Sounds like Quran writers have to make the claim that the Torah and New Testament are corrupt to make their case for last prophet, but then came along Joseph Smith and he did the same thing. So I want to be clear, the Quran doesn't make that claim.
Yep.
Whoever wrote the Quran absolutely does not make that claim. This is a claim that later Muslims had to invent in order to explain why the Quran affirms the Bible. If Muhammad had just come along and said he was creating a new religion that wasn't continuous in the line of Judaism and Christianity, then this wouldn't be so much of an issue. But instead, he said, I'm teaching the exact same thing that all the prophets before me taught. And you can go and check with the Jews and Christians and they'll agree. And then eventually Muslims got off their butt and did that. And they found out it was completely different. So they said, it must be corrupted. Because if it's not corrupted, then the caliph will take my head off. So it must be corrupted. I'm pretty sure that's how it went down. Dawah Solutions says technical difficulties. No worries, no worries. I do need to wrap up soon, but I'm pretty sure I've given you this invite before. Perhaps you've emailed me. I'm a couple weeks behind on email, so it's certainly possible you emailed me. But if you haven't already emailed me, Dawah Solutions, I would love for you to email me, set up a time. You can have a whole program devoted to you instead of just 15 minutes at the end. You can have an entire 2 hours, 4 hours, whatever you want. Oh, he has called back in. So, hello, Dawah Solutions.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you this time.
Good.
So, just first of all, I don't think you probably heard since you were in the process of calling in, but my email is listed in the video description of everyone. I'd love to schedule a time to have an in-depth conversation with you. I do need to be off soon, but we can talk for like 15 minutes if you'd like.
Yeah, but I emailed you. I challenge you to talk about.
Yep,
I just corrupt, which is has more evidence. Which religion?
Excellent. And I did say that you may well have emailed me. I'm a couple weeks behind, so I probably just haven't had a chance to reply to that. So I'll look forward to that. But did you watch today's presentation?
No, but I came here to comment on Christians read Muhammad's first surah. There's a Christian named Dr. Keithmore. He read that and he said that is in line with science.
Oh my goodness, sweetheart. Are you seriously? You're going to Keithmore. Keithmore. First of all, it's Keith. His name is Keith Moore. It's a normal word. It's not Keithmore like
don't worry about that. Mary, focus on something important. His pronunciation doesn't matter.
Yeah, I know, but he's saying Keithmore because guess who said Keithmore?
Oh, Zakir Naik.
Yes, Zakir Naik said Keithmore, Dr. Keithmore, because he can't say, but I know you can, Dawah Solutions, with your accent, you can say Keith Moore. His name is Keith Moore, and he did not say anything that Zakir Naik said he said. Like, you can go.
I mean, he said some complimentary things.
The textbook. So what happened was he had a textbook that he wrote, right? Mm-hmm. And he was asked if he could have it, if they could produce an Islamic version of it for Muslim consumption, which
where are you quoting?
Which is what they did, and they inserted things that he did not write in it.
Where are you
quoting this from? He was also
from?
taken on a tour where he gave speeches. Yes, and his speeches. And what he did was he took what people told him the Quran said. He couldn't read it. He couldn't read what it said. But they told him that it says this. And he would go, oh, they tell me that it says this, and that is exactly what science says. But they just lied to him. And he was also being a total grifter and got paid a ton of money. And he got so embarrassed about it later on that he was just like, he basically disavowed it. He's like, it's been a long time since I did any of that. Leave me alone.
Yeah, well, in fairness to the Muslim position, they did this ploy with a number of scientists.
Yes.
As far as I know, every single one recanted it except for Keithmore. He never officially recanted it. He just said he didn't want to talk about it.
Yeah, he didn't recant it because it was too embarrassing. But the fact was that, well, it was also put him in a very uncomfortable because he got wined and dined and got very large amounts of money and things. But he was lied to, and he said what people wanted him to say. and got paid a ton of money. And then later on, he's like, I don't want to talk about it. He would not stand by what he had said when people were like, it doesn't actually say what people told you it said, that you say is the same as what science says.
But there is the thing: anybody who speaks, he is paid. Like nobody's gonna do it for free, even for atheist points like Matt Delahanty. He goes out and he actually get paid for it. He doesn't do it for
Okay,
free.
yeah, I'll agree with you that just getting paid to give a speech doesn't mean that he didn't believe what he said. And I think he probably did believe what he said at the time, because he had no reason to believe that he'd been given false translations of the Quran. And he also knew that existing ideas of the time period could have possibly had that information, and someone could just by luck have the correct combination, because everything that would be considered the correct embryological sequence today was said by someone. The problem is that everyone said different things. They all disagreed. No one really knows. But, people had guessed all the correct things. So it was certainly possible that the Quran could have the correct sequence. It wouldn't be miraculous. So I'm sure that when Keith was told that he probably believed it. And then later on, eventually found out that he had been given false translations. And instead of manning up to it and admitting that he had been deceived, he just decided to stop talking about it because he found it embarrassing.
Yeah,
and I say this because, again, this ploy was used on a number of scientists in a number of different fields, and all of them came to recant it. They said exactly what I said, that we were deceived, we were given false translations, we believed what we were saying at the time, but turns out it was not true. And they all said that lots of texts say lots of things. The Quran could have said true things. I had no reason to believe it wasn't true. They asked me questions. What do you think about this? What do you think about that? They only took the few where I gave positive information. They clipped those out and they used those as propaganda. That's what a number of scientists have said. So I'm sure that the same happened with Keith Moore.
I'm gonna post a link in the chat. See, that's the scientific article.
So I have already dealt with this. So I have gone through and gone through all of the arguments.
I would love to discuss embryology with you. It's just not a 15-minute chat,
Yeah. So I have done a presentation on embryology and the false claims of the Quran and the false claims of people misinterpreting it on purpose and the false claims about what Keith Moore said. So, and what he actually said and how the few things positive that he said were totally manipulated and everything else. So I put this several times in. Oh, you can't put one in the chat. You'll have to.
You can put it in the private chat here.
You can put it in the private chat.
Yeah.
I will repost it because I am perfectly willing for everyone else to do it. So if you can see on the main chat, the main live chat, click on that.
So you won't
and it has my source, and I have sources and citations and screenshots of multiple editions of his book and what he wrote and what he did not write and all the changes. So
okay, let me read it from Quran directly and you tell me what's wrong with it.
Absolutely.
All right, so it starts from 23:12. And indeed we created humankind from an extract of clay, then placed each human as a sperm drop in a secure place. Then we developed the drop into a clinging clot, then developed the clot into a lump of flesh, then developed the lump into bones, then clothed the bones with the flesh.
Okay, so what is wrong with that? First of all, you don't start as a drop of fluid.
So hold on, Mary. Just in the interest of time, let's just discuss one thing for today, and then we can pick it up another day. My wife griped at me last time because we went way too long. So pick one. You can do sperm drop, or you can do bones, or whatever you want to do.
I'll go very quickly. So this particular sequence of events has a direct extract, is essentially a direct extract out of Galen, just using Arabic words. So it's from Galen, and it does not match modern embryology at all whatsoever. Do you have the YouTube thing there? Can you say that for me? I'll put it in this
Yeah,
chat as well.
yeah, put it there so that he can watch that on his own time.
So you can watch that on your own time. So basically, there is no semen. Well, it's semen. It's a little. It's liquid. It's not sperm. You come from a sperm and an egg joining.
Let's say it is semen, Mary. Let's just say for the sake of argument that it's
well,
sperm.
I mean, it's semen, meaning the liquid.
I mean, right.
It's liquid. It's a liquid drop.
The actual meaning of the verse is liquid, but that actually doesn't really matter because we know what that liquid contains, right? Well, he doesn't
but
place
that's
it.
the issue. It's not that the liquid contains anything. You're made out of liquid, it says.
Right.
And
well,
then it's changed.
And it's not placed anywhere, right? It's not placed anywhere. A sperm is not placed, right?
No.
It's not placed in a protective container. This is what a common idea at the time was, that sperm they didn't technically know what sperm was, but they knew that seminal fluid is what produced babies.
Mm-hmm.
They're not stupid.
It does say, it says semen drop.
The word is nutfa, which means like the drops at the end. Here, this is mostly empty, right? And the little bits of water at the bottom of a drink is called nutfa, like at the bottom of a water.
Right. Well, in fairness, though, Mary,
so
in fairness, I'm sure that the author of the Quran, although he says liquid, I'm sure he does mean seminal fluid, right? This isn't like some miraculous belief. Everyone knows that sex leads to babies.
Right.
So they know that seminal fluid is what.
And then it was made into a clot, a blood clot.
Right. Okay, how about this?
Stage of development ever a blood clot.
This is not gonna. It's not gonna work.
Yeah. That's my fault. So.
You're in a hurry.
It's my fault. It's my fault. So, Mary, so do you want to focus on the sperm? Because you say I'll be quick, and then you went on to a bunch of irrelevant stuff.
Yeah, I emailed you.
What is the he asked, which line is a scientific error? Which line?
All of them.
I mean,
all
of them are scientific errors. That's why I said pick one.
Into a clot of blood. If you try to claim that is, let's look at that one.
So yeah, does a sperm turn into a clot of blood?
If you're saying that it's a leech, it's a leech because it like clings to something. When do you stop clinging? You stop clinging at birth. Not until birth do you detach from the mother. So if you're trying to claim this as a leech, as a stage, you do not change from being something that clings to a lump of chewed flesh, a morsel, a mouthful of flesh, and then turn into bones, and then the bones get covered up with flesh. Like, that doesn't happen. You remain tied to the mother the entire time. So, like any of these, and this directly comes from Galen's description of stages, and it's identical to the Galenic stages, which were repeated.
Yeah, so Mary doesn't quite understand.
So much of your time, but next time I will.
Let me just try real quick. So the first, well, not even the first there, but the error here is that the Quran says that it places a drop in a protective container. This derives from a common belief that the sperm is a tiny human being that grows. Then it says that it transforms into a blood clot, which is not something that ever occurs.
It doesn't say blood clot. It just says clot.
Okay. What?
Alaq is blood clot.
There's no, clots are blood. There aren't other types of clots.
How about this? Listen, Thaddeus. How about this? I emailed you. Just respond to me, and I will bring my sources, and I can can show my links. It's much more fair because this is like we go back and forth.
I gotcha. It's my fault. This was poorly done here at the end because
and I have
Barry and I both wanted to say stuff.
Coverage of all of this, the terminology, the meanings, the other meanings of the Arabic words, the parallels to everything else in that YouTube video. It's already been covered. This is it's very
so you can watch.
Very sad that people would still try to continue to claim.
I will provide my sources and you provide yours. And the main I want to talk about is the history.
We'll discuss it. Yeah. So we'll pick one subject, right? Yep. I will email you. We'll pick a subject. We'll work it out. That'll be perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. All right.
Bye-bye. So sorry guys. That was my bad. Like I said, let me just run through these real quick. My wife just messaged me. Are you still streaming? So definitely need to wrap up. All right. Una said we're getting some rude little fuckers again this week, I see. Inside joke. If you don't understand that, watch last week's stream. Morkay says Muhammad's favorite quick food was Ramadan noodles. Good one. We read that one earlier. Una says apples are haram during Ramadan. Rude. What's worse than one apple during Ramadan? Thousands. Come on. This is rude. I agree. And Talmudic Tunnels Construction Incorporated said, I can tell you all about echoes. So when we were watching the recitation of the Quran, and we were all, getting shivers up our spine.
It sends shivers up my spine.
Then we were doing so because of the nice reverb. And of course, in the tunnels in Gaza, there is, of course, some nice echoes going on. So that's what that's all about. D.W. Conley said apple. So when you heard who ate the apple at random, that was him. Apologetic says, hey, Muslims, all you have to do is admit that this is a purely metaphorical language.
Oh, by the way.
Idea. And then you can escape from the Clot passage and prepare for the issues that result. And, to Muslims' credit, very few Muslims ever tried to claim it's metaphorical.
What's really funny is his source was a journal that belongs specifically to an Islamic university, and that is... I
wonder if this is actually the article I went through.
That is, in fact, only cited by...
that's amazing. That's amazing.
Yeah.
This is literally the article that so I don't know if Mary watched my presentation on embryology. She had her own, but I also have a presentation on embryology. And this is quite literally the article that I used because it was the best Muslim argument I could find for the scientific miracles. And yet it's terrible, yes.
It is absolutely terrible. And
that is awesome. I will go through this article.
This is a sham publication because it belongs specifically to an Islamic university. That's it. You're done. It's an Islamic university.
That's a genetic fallacy. In fairness.
That no one else publishes anything in.
And as near as I can tell, the author of this text
per year, and it's not even indexed for Medline. That's how unimportant it is. It is not indexed. I cannot find an impact factor for this thing. It's so useless. So an impact factor tells you how often or how often things are cited and how important and influential a scientific publication is. I can't even find an impact factor for this guy.
Okay. Regardless, right? Regardless of whether the author is an actual doctor, as near as I can tell. He hasn't written any other papers or anything. He's just a practicing doctor and was probably honestly trying to do his best to defend the Quran. And what he ends up doing is making ridiculous arguments and also accidentally pointing out that the Quran isn't completely accurate. So even in this article that's supposed to be propaganda saying that the Quran is remarkably accurate for its time, he accidentally points out that parts of it are not accurate.
And I'm pointing out the valuelessness of this journal because what the guy coming in was doing, what he's trying to do is, look, this is a scientific publication that from a scientific journal with science behind it. He's trying to give it props, but this is not something that I can tomorrow go out and claim that I have a scientific journal and gather publications that you have to pay for. These actually exist. There are pay-to-play publications that are essentially fraudulent that are out there. You have to be careful about what places those are. And I'm not saying that this one is pay-to-play, but it is not a real, they call it peer-reviewed, but it's not considered to be a real source for anything but the idea of Muslims about things, or the idea of this particular university, what they want to put up about things.
Yep. And it is.
if you cannot get your publication put in a major journal or in a journal that matters to your field, that means that nobody else thinks that it's true or real or relevant. So if you're going, oh, this is science, this is what the scientists say, science, reviewed, true, whatever, using that as a standard that it's been tested in some way, it hasn't.
Yeah, we got the point. We got the point. I'm fully prepared to talk about this article. Is all I need to say. We got that one. So this one I definitely wanted to comment on from Littell and Nintil Jones. Thoughts on apostate Aladdin's beef with AP. Fortunately, I know what this means because I watched David's stream, since this is actually talking about Aladdin, the Muslim poster. And I've had run-ins with him in the past. Apparently, I didn't actually watch David and AP's review because I was on AP's channel, and I rarely watch the ones on his channel. But David referenced it many times on the next stream, which I thought was totally hilarious. He was taking the piss out of Aladdin. But apparently in that video, he basically whines and complains that AP is being mean, and he should use nicer language to talk to Muslims, which is so funny because the reason Aladdin is banned on my channel and periodically comes in and with his other name and complains about Aladdin being banned, I tell him you can call in and put your name as Aladdin if you want. I'm not afraid of you. But the reason he's banned is because he begged me for weeks to call in before I even had call-ins. He begged me for weeks to have a debate. Then he got his chance when Adam Seeker was on the channel. He comes up and he starts screaming profanities at Adam Seeker immediately. Like within 30 seconds.
Yep. Like completely.
So for him, and I'm sure he had run-ins with Adam Seeker in the past. I'm sure there was history there. I'm sure there was a reason he was mad at him. But for him to complain about others using rude language when he's literally banned on this channel for being rude is so funny to me. So funny. Anything you want to add, Mary?
I think he cursed you out too at one point.
He might have. He did call in one time after that and was trying to argue that some random church website was showing that there are deep theological differences between Eastern Orthodox, Catholicism, and Protestantism. Eventually, he was citing as like some sort of authoritative website. We eventually figured out where he was getting his information to. Went to the website and it said something completely different than what he was claiming it said.
Yeah, it was like a local Coptic or Ethiopic church, and he was just not understanding the words on the page.
And ever since then, he hasn't called in. He's refused to until I unblock him. Una said, in reference to the video of Ride the Wings to Gabriel, says Flappy Quran, the new halal gaming app for your phone. Mona says, I'm Egyptian Christian and very impressed with both of you. Thank you very much for that. Latinil Till Jones says, Muhammad is just a goofy goober, a clown, if you will. I don't know if you did this on purpose, but it just makes me think of the SpongeBob movie. If you don't know what Goofy Goober is from that, then I can't help you. Protestant Believer says that Alonzo Harris's real name is Hugh Janus.
That's naughty.
No comment, except that I haven't seen Alonzo in a long time, except when I was on Your Brother in Christ a couple days ago. He was in the chat under his original name of Jason Bourne. Doing his usual, oh, you guys believe in three gods. The Bible is corrupted. You don't know what these words mean. You haven't made any arguments. All you have is emotions. Never makes an actual point. Jason said,
do you have the apostate Aladdin comment?
I don't still have it, but you can talk about it if you want.
Okay, so somebody asked about what I think about apostate Aladdin and AP. I think apostate Aladdin is still got some little bit of Arab supremacy running through his veins, and he wants to defend Palestine because there are people who are more progressive in Islam who, like, I don't know, say that you shouldn't beat your wife very hard and things like that. Like the things that he's reaching for to defend the Palestinian form of Islam is ridiculous. But he's acting as if there is room for reform in Islam, therefore Palestinians okay. Makes no sense. It's just incoherent. He also hates Christianity and hates Christ. So his hatred for Christianity really blinds him to things as well.
I went through that whole rant for no reason because apparently it was a different guy who has the same name. Go figure. Or I mean, technically different, but I could have sworn that David was saying Aladdin. So my bad. It's a different guy who goes by the same name, or almost the same name anyway.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a common enough name. It's Aladdin. Yeah. Aladdin is Aladdin, and it became Aladdin. Like it really did.
Yeah, so my bad. Disregard everything I said. I have no opinion on apostate Aladdin, apparently, because I don't know who that is. But Mary has some opinion, and she gave it.
Oh, I thought you were talking about. I thought you were talking about something totally different. Yeah, I was talking about.
I mean, I was talking about Aladdin, but the chat told me that isn't the same guy as what they were asking about.
Oh, so, no. So apostate Aladdin is not Aladdin at all. He's an ex-Muslim.
Yeah, so I misunderstood, right? That isn't what David was presumably actually talking about apostate Aladdin. Even though I thought he was saying apostate Aladdin, apostate Aladdin, but maybe he was saying apostate Aladdin. So
okay, a guy. So I don't know what his real name is. I don't know whether or not if he goes by Aladdin. Aladdin is Aladdin, but the guy named Apostate, spelled Aladdin, on YouTube, when it like hates the fact
that that actually makes a lot more sense based on what they were saying. So I just misunderstood the whole thing. So just ignore everything I said. It has nothing to do with reality. I misunderstood what was going on because, like I said, I didn't actually see.
I thought they asked some other questions that I didn't understand.
Apparently, apostate Aladdin criticized apostate prophet for being too rude, which actually makes more sense than Aladdin doing it. So that was entirely my bad. Just abrogate this whole thing from your mind. It never happened. All right. I'm not what I'm not, said Alonzo Harris wanted to have a discussion with me last Sunday. When he ditched, I did spend 5 hours reciting, chanting 14 years of pedophilia scholars and sciences. I might do another. Yeah, so Alonzo's done this so many times, like with you, me, twice, Lloyd, Ask Truth Apologetics, he did it too. He's done it to people in my comment sections who don't even have a YouTube channel and agreed to go to him live. What he'll do is he'll schedule something and then not show up and get some laughs out of wasting your time. So if he ever says he's going to go live with someone, just laugh it off. Actually, I think it's 3 times he did it to me. That's how many times that I kept pretending like I believed him.
Yeah, that's why I just ban him now, because he lies. He's like, I'll challenge you, I challenge you, I challenge you. And sometimes I'll play along a little while until he stops answering questions honestly. And I'm like, dude, I know you're not that stupid. I know you know the answer to this. You can go away and create another username and come back again. But that's why my first Trinity thing, I bought an entire outfit because I was so confident, even though I'm a cheapskate, I was so confident he wouldn't show up. I bought an entire outfit to make fun of him as a fake Arab sheikh, and dressed up and made fun of him the whole time because he wouldn't show up. And eventually he showed up in the comments and could not restrain himself from typing, even as he pretended he wasn't able to come on to the thing that he himself had chosen the time for.
Yep.
No, don't even bother. Don't bother to entertain him. And the only reason I did it is because I was going to mock him.
Gust says, what's the verse in the Quran to be nice to the disbelievers, even if your heart dislikes them? I said, as far as I know, there is no such verse.
No, there's no such verse. So what there is in the hadith, it says, if you are able to change something with your hand, like with your power, like you are able to kill someone or force them to do what you want. If you're not able to do that, try to argue with your mouth. If you're not able to do that, then hate it in your heart and smile at the disbeliever even as you hate them in your heart. So it's you need to hate them even if you are forced to be nice to them. It's the opposite.
So Watt in his infinite genius just admitted that Islam is Arab supremacy, because I'm sure white supremacy is supposed to refer to us for no apparent reason, since we literally said nothing about race ever in this entire stream. But I'm
Well,
guessing white supremacy is
I did
supposed to
talk
be about
about
us.
apostate Aladdin being tied to Arab supremacy and Arab identity and support Arabs just because they're Arab.
Right, but we never said anything about white or anything like that. But I'm
I
sure
didn't say
white
anything about
supremacy
white.
is supposed to refer to us because we're white. So he's admitting that Islam is about Arab supremacy, and he's right about that. It is. So thank you, Wad, for your rare honesty. Francis says, "Excuse me, no offense, but none of you are answering. Which right hand is Allah using? This is confusing. Please reply. Bless you both." So when Allah is writing the Quran, which hand is he using?
Actually, the pen's just supposed to be floating and writing on its own. So Allah just commands the pen to write, and it writes on its own. It's a pen that is able to think and act and do things on its own. Almost all inanimate objects, once you get deep into Islam, are like sentient. So rocks are sentient, trees are sentient, verses of the or the surahs of the Quran are sentient. Everything's sentient.
So Snoopy Mary dressed up like a male. That'd be interesting to see. Yep, you can see that on the thumbnail is based off of a movie poster for shoot what is that movie? Sorry, I don't actually watch these things. But anyway, the movie that the character Alonzo Harris comes from is what the picture is. So look for that. Mary is also, her face is in the thumbnail as well, with the female character from the movie. So Houston says, "Are you the one that had a debate picture with 100 seats labeled as Alonzo Harris?" Yeah, that was me. I had the 100 seats. They didn't all say Alonzo Harris though. They had this genius has been banned. He finally gave up, as near as I can tell, but he was banned on my channel somewhere around 70 times before he finally gave up. So it has various names of his, like Alonzo Harris, like Jason Bourne, like The World, like I'm forgetting. It's been a long time. It's been a
He was
year.
back again a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he was once. I think he even used one of his normal names. Anyway, I banned him under so many. Al-Haq was one of his names. I remember that one. I have a list of them somewhere of all that. Like half of my block list. At one time, almost my entire block list, because remember this is a year ago, but still like half my block list is just his names. And a good portion of the remaining chunk is Big Mahmood. Like these are the two idiots. They always come on with new names and I have to ban over and over again. Dominic Tunnels Construction says you can't get a whole surah unless you squeeze it out of him. True. Jason says Muhammad equals Yahoo Allah. Agreed. John Wilson says, "Mary, I'm sure Nadir Ahmed would disagree with you about the number of your points." Teehee. Yeah, I think that Nadir would disagree with anything cogent ever.
What happened to the uterus? How are you supposed to spell it?
I mean, correctly. I don't know why it's not working. Let me see if I can manually trigger it.
Ha! You should put in some more alternatives. I keep trying to trigger it and I can't.
No, I'm sure you probably. I'm sure that what happened is the shortcut probably got messed up.
Oh.
But there you go. And
so some people there, awesome. So some people are now just putting on all comments. There's other people going, Alonzo Harris believes in 3 gods and just writing that. I prefer to write Alonzo Harris believes in a God with two right hands and no butthole because he has admitted to being Salafi before, which is very funny.
Well, oh wait, never mind. That's someone else. So never mind. I was going to say that I thought that he was more likely to be a synchronous, but that's someone else I'm thinking of. So never mind. I accidentally, in the process of turning that on, turned this off. There, that's back. Oh, then I hit the button. Yeah, there, that's back. All right, sorry about that. I put on there's different overlay channels, and I put on the wrong overlay channel, so it took that off. But I will investigate why the time traveling uterus shortcut is not working. Oh, I see the problem. All right, I'll fix that later. It'll be back next time, so make sure to trigger it next time, people. Snoopy says the only way your average Muhammad or Muslim can figure out is by watching videos like this. And I brought this up because I want to make a point here. That's actually not true. There is another way that Muslims can figure out this material, and that's like people like you sharing it with Muslims in your life. So we can just passively sit back and hope Muslims will come across these videos and actually watch them someday. Or we can take the gospel to them. We can bring the gospel to Muslims in the real world. And I think you'll find that one of these is much more likely to be effective. And it's probably not waiting for Muslims to randomly find this, because I bet you the vast majority of Muslims will never search out anti-Islamic videos on the internet. Just a thought. And to be clear, I do that myself. I do try to do evangelism to Muslims in person. So question here, is there a link between Islam and the Hegelian cult that influenced dialectic thought, which is the basis of communism?
No, not really.
All right, that was an easy one. Awesome name here, Dr. Mutaman, PhD, PhD, EdD, MD, says, we love Islam because we love little girls. And who doesn't love little girls after all? Not in that way, but, you know, love them in the proper way. Not in a sexual way. I mean, who doesn't love little girls? Now, Muslims, that means something different. But for the rest of us, we also love girls. And that's why we do these, right? To protect the children. Alonzo believes in 99 gods. Indeed. Let me hear your best proof for Christianity. I need a laugh. Yes, call in, Farid. I will give you my best proof for Christianity as soon as you call in. I won't hold my breath. Zayd Ali, after me saying that he needs a hug, he said, give me a big hug then. So, Zayd, I know you probably don't see this, but hug, Zayd, hug you. Oh, I love you, Zayd. Don't interpret that the wrong way. But I do love you as a human being in need of salvation. Bill triggered the apple. Thank you for that. And finally, a super chat from Stuff Mongoose.
Here's the sad news. We are running out of funds. All our work is going to stop unless people like you watching this video will help us. Your donations can get you a share in a reward. Reap those rewards for years to come, inshallah. This is not a donation or a charity, but an investment for your hereafter.
Wad wants thank you very much for that donation, Stealth Mongoose. Much appreciated. I was watching some random videos today, and I see that Ali Dawah has a new plea for donations. So look for a new prosperity hadith narration from him coming soon. But in the meantime, we have that one. And also I was thinking about making shorter versions of all of them. And so then it'll be like, you might get the short version or you might get the full version. Just a thought I have in my mind. So Wad wants everyone to know that he's not Salafi. And no, I never thought you were Salafi, Wad. What I think you are is the kind of person who just invents your own ideas and then calls it Islam. Like you just have any random idea, doesn't matter if it's supported by anything, as long as you like it, you call it real Islam. And I'm pretty sure that's the kind of Muslim you are, where you don't submit to anything except your own thoughts. What do you think, Mary? Is that the kind of Muslim Wad is?
I taste Deobandi. He sounds like Deobandis a lot of times.
Could be.
Not that I think that he is in full agreement with the Taliban, but I do taste Deobandi in some things he says. He has little bits and pieces of Sufism and little bits and pieces of strict stuff and bits and pieces of this.
I think that this is an honest statement. I don't have any reason to believe this is sarcasm. Flying Bird Skype says this channel is good for specific religious topics. If we want to talk about world conflict recently, we wait for a specific stream about World War I, World War II, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I probably won't talk about any of those things because they really don't have any relevance to my mission here. But I'm very happy to talk about any specific religious topic. And the reason I want it to be specific is just because I want the stream to be focused. You know, if a Muslim says, I want to discuss Islam, well, that's a little too broad, right? I mean, imagine I title the stream, Muslim talks about Islam. I mean, who's going to watch that, right? But if it's a specific topic, then people are interested in it, will come to it. So I asked for a specific topic that we can keep it focused. And I'm open to any religious topic. I mean, I don't particularly want to discuss global elitism because that has nothing to do with what I talk about. But any religious topic, preferably Islam and Christianity. But, you know, I'm open to others. I have had a few discussions with atheists, agnostics. For a long time, I was trying to get a guy who was Jewish to come talk to me, and he kept making all this posturing and never actually did. So, you know, I'm open to talking about other things. King Max, can you talk about atheism today on call? No, because I'm logging off in like 30 seconds. But next
Make an appointment. Make an appointment.
Yeah, make an appointment. Let's talk about it. All right. Super chat from Sir Dr. Whitemeat snuck in while we're trying to close.
If you frequently say it, Allah would pay off your debts. So you can refer to it back again, inshallah.
I think that's something that you should say, Alon. Thank you all. Love you all. Yeah, I think that's good advice, actually, from the Sheikh al-Hakam, as I call him. Just say it over again. You know, be thankful, be loving, be Christian, and you're good. And the true God will reward you accordingly. Mary is making a prophecy, which I'm not sure will come true here. She says the next stream will be a short reaction.
We are able to stop reaction streams whenever we want. So
that's true.
Let's do 3 hours and be done next stream, because I am crazy insane busy now, and you have no idea. I was up until 7 a.m. night before last, prepping the last of this nonsense for today. I'm like, oh, it'll be easy because I already know what I want to say. And I'm like, oh my goodness, just so much. The checking the variants took a really long time because there are 10 more. They just aren't meaningful.
So you have a promise of sorts. Our next stream, it'll definitely be a reaction. I'll try to pick a video that we can actually get through in 3 hours. But if we don't, you know, we don't have to watch the whole thing. We didn't the last one. We cut it off when we're out of time. So that's a possibility. Look for that next Tuesday. I will, at some point, supposed to do it the weekend before, supposed to do it this last weekend, but I'll definitely be having a solo reaction stream, reading my comments on the 100 Reasons Islam is False video. 2 weeks ago, I decided that I was going to set up as a vertical stream, new feature of YouTube where you can stream vertically, but I had to create a new template. Then last weekend, I just got busy with family stuff and just didn't have time to stream. So definitely coming up, maybe Thursday night. I'll have to see what David's plans are. I really don't like to stream at the same time as him. Even though, by the way, for the users who are still here and we're here throughout, we had a great turnout today, despite the fact that David Wood went live during part of our stream, the middle portion of it. We held the audience. I was very impressed that so many of you chose my content over David's.
And I am so encouraged by the fact that you liked me going through this, because I know lots of other people have done verse by verse, but they just kind of go off the cuff and they aren't presenting research a lot of the times. So I really want to get kind of this narrative focused Muhammad's life in the Quran side by side together. So I am so glad that people watch, because I was like, this is probably going to be a 70-person stream. So, but it's been much better. So
Yeah, we were over 100. I mean, we're like a couple under 100 at the moment, but we were over 100 pretty much the whole time. We were in the 120s. I don't know what the actual peak was, but basically we're between 100 and 120 the whole stream, which I was I thought that was a really good turnout to begin with, right? Because Christians read the Quran is. I chose the title specifically to try to appeal to Muslims, and I didn't know how much Christians would be interested in that topic. Uh, which I mean, I hope to attract Muslims, right? I love you all. I'm glad you tuned into the streams, but what I really want to do is I want to reach Muslims, so that's my priority. If it means less people watch it, but I thought it was a great crowd. And then David went live, and a couple people mentioned it in the chat, and it really didn't drop off at all. So I was very impressed that so many of you like my content that well. Because let's be honest, David is a star. He is amazing. He does great work. And so it's a high compliment for you to choose to watch my stuff instead of David. So thank you very much for tuning in, everyone. I will be back for a solo reaction stream, like I said, possibly Thursday, if not Thursday, either Saturday or Sunday. I should be having a stream with a Muslim on either Saturday or Sunday, so the reaction would be on the other one. He doesn't know his work schedule yet, but as soon as he knows that, we'll get that scheduled. He wants to discuss historical evidence, which is great. Yeah, he says that he's a revert or convert to Islam. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. Doesn't really matter. If he wants to discuss historical evidence, I am thrilled at that, because I mean, I've practically been begging Muslims for years to discuss evidence with me, and no one wants to do it. Like literally, I get like a couple of heretics that call in from an Islamic perspective, heretics, who either just make up their own theology or are part of some tiny weird sect, or I get people like Nadir who everyone just laughs at, right? I mean, that's the reality. I enjoyed doing the streams with Nadir. They were funny, they were entertaining, but precisely zero Muslims care what he says. Like precisely zero Muslims care about Nadir Ahmed. So all we really did is entertain some Christians by laughing at Nadir. I've had like there was that one guy who would call in and was intelligent, whose name I'm drawing a blank at, but he's known at Speaker's Corner as well. Like he's not a YouTuber, but he goes there like just as himself. And eventually, after several programs, we had scheduled a time for him to have a solo program, just him calling in when he saw we were live. He scheduled a time for a solo program, and then he emailed me, and I'm actually glad I forgot his name, because I probably wouldn't say this if I had said his name. But he emailed me and basically said, I'm out of my depths. You guys really know your stuff. I need to study. I can't really debate you, right? Is what he said. And to be fair to him, he knew more than any other Muslim I've ever talked to, right? He had better arguments. He was more reasonable. And then he emails me and admits that he actually is struggling deeply because of the conversations. So I would love to have a conversation with a Muslim that brings evidence. I hope that actually happens this weekend. Alhamdulillah, right? All right. Thank you for joining us today. Have a very blessed evening. Take the material, share it with Muslims, go and serve the Lord. God bless everyone.